Saludos a todos, espero todos estén pasando un buen día, un buen momento, la verdad. Este, todo día es un nuevo día y todo día te puedes sentir como una nueva persona. Y todo momento te puedes sentir como una nueva persona, así que espero todos estén bien. Quiero empezar quiero empezar el stream con este. Creo que voy a tener que cerrar la ventana porque hacen mucho ruido. Hay una construcción al lado. Déjenme cerrar la ventana. Ok, listo. Quiero empezar el día con una respiración guiada. Bueno, no el día, el stream, ¿verdad? El en vivo, la transmisión, porque me desperté como a las 5 de la mañana y si les cuento qué es lo que hice, pues la verdad estoy disfrutando mucho esta rutina. Salí al parque, apenas me desperté, o sea, primero me levanté, tendí mi cama, todo eso así, todo lo general de cuidado. No me bañé ni nada, nada más agarré mi tableta para leer y me fui. Me fui al parque, me puse a leer tantillo, un capítulo nada más del libro que estoy leyendo, The Creative Act de Rick Rubin, un libro para artistas que te ayudan a ser más creativo en general. Y empecé el día. Estuve como 5 horas en la cocina, no es broma. Nada más cocinando y tengo comida abajo para el rato, ya preparada, para no tardarme mucho. Y lo que les decía es que lo que les decía es se está yendo el internet mucho, se me hace que voy a tener que abrir la puerta. Aquí está. A ver. Está un poquito fuerte esa luz, ¿no? Ahí estará bien, un poquito menos fuerte. Se me hace que ahí está bien, ¿no? Ahí lo voy a dejar. Sí, les digo, quiero empezar con una meditación guiada el día. Y sí, que onda que nada más abrí la puerta y ahora tenemos buen internet. Eso es todo. Supongo que voy a tener que streamear con la puerta abierta ahora, siempre.
Hi guys, welcome. This is a guided breathing session. Relax to the deepest. Lie down, sit down, whatever it takes. Relax. Are you ready? Here we go. Round number 1. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. Just go with the flow of the breath. In, out. In, out. In, out. In, out. Into the belly, into the chest, and let go. Like a wave. Make it circle. Fully in and letting go. Just keep on going. No pause between inhalation and exhalation. 10 more. Fully in, let it go. Five more. Let's give it all we got. Last one. Fully in. And let go. All right. 1 minute. Breath hold from now on. Be in this moment. Let the body do what the body is capable of doing. Be aware of your heartbeat. Slow it down and just be in this moment. Let that relaxation spread down to your toes, into your fingertips, to the base of your neck and head. You are almost there. Do you want to prolong your breath hold? Pause the video now and continue when you feel the urge to breathe. Okay, recovery breath in. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Take a deep breath in and hold for 15 seconds. Exhale in 3, 2, 1. Let it go. Round number 2. Back into that rhythm. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. In, out. In, out. In, out. Into the belly, into the chest, and let go. Like a wave. Make it circular. Fully in and letting go. Just keep on going. No pause between inhalation and exhalation. In with peace, out with stress. Ten more. Fully in, let it go. Nice, deep, circular breaths. Five more. Let's give it all we got. Last one. Fully in. And on the exhale, stop. 1.5 minutes breath hold from now on. Feel, become aware of your body. If your hands and feet are tingling, or you feel your body temperature is changing, that's okay. You're doing fantastic. If you need to breathe before I give the cue, that's okay. You are almost there. Do you want to prolong your breath hold? Pause the video now and continue when you feel the urge to breathe. When you're ready, fully in and hold for 15 seconds. Exhale in 3, 2, 1. Let it go. Round number 3. Back into that rhythm. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. In with the relaxation, out with the stress. In, out. In, out. In, out. Into the belly, into the chest, and let go. Like a wave. Make it circular. Fully in and letting go. Just keep on going. No pause between inhalation and exhalation. In with peace, out with stress. 10 more. Fully in, let it go. Nice, deep, circular breaths. Five more. Let's give it all we got. Last one. Fully in. And on the exhale, stop. 1.5 minutes breath hold from now on. Become aware of the blood running through your veins, your heart beating. Feel. Thirty seconds left. You are almost there. Do you want to prolong your breath hold? Pause the video now and continue when you feel the urge to breathe. All right. Breathe in and hold for 15 seconds. Exhale in 3, 2, 1. Let it go. Let your breathing return to normal as you finish up the round. Move your body bit by bit, starting with your fingers and your toes. Let your breathing normalize. If you liked this guided breathing session, we got more for you. We got a free app on our website. Download it, it's good stuff. Thanks for your time, and I wish you a good night, or a good day, and a good life. All the love, all the power.
Y ahora sí, la verdad, disfruto mucho hacer esas respiraciones guiadas de Wim Hof. Siento que me dejan con una paz mental. Sustancias no me dejan sacar. O sea, el hecho de que dependas de una pastilla o de una sustancia para poder sentirte una sustancia externa, ¿verdad? De que exógena, no sé cómo se diga, de que no interna, de que no producida por tu propio cuerpo. Sentir como si dependes de algo y pues eso en sí te causa ansiedad, ¿no? Pero en la otra mano respirar, respirar es diferente. Respirar es utilizar tu propio sistema respiratorio para poder hacer un cambio. No sé si la palabra es fisiológica. Yo la verdad no dudo que sea un cambio fisiológico, porque la meditación cambia tu mente. Y las respiraciones guiadas es una forma de meditar. Entonces estás cambiando literal tu ser al hacer esto. Pero ahora vamos a continuar con los beats que tengo que subir hoy. Estos son los últimos 2 beats que quedan por subir. Y estoy emocionado, la verdad. Al mismo tiempo estoy medio ansioso porque pues ya no tenemos de que unas instrumentales viejas, de que ya todo lo viejo literal está en línea. Así que lo que continúa es empezar a hacer algo nuevo. Estaba viendo que luz está mejor, pero creo que definitivamente es esa la que se ve mejor. Vamos al escritorio. Material Beat Stars y Beats. Ok, abrimos la lista también. La lista, eso ya nos le queda de Ints y Wio. Creo que la de Wio no me gustó y por eso lo mandé al final. Vamos a ver. Es que la melodía está horrible. Fuck it, lo debería subir así, ¿verdad? Nada más le pongo que Trash Trap, algo así. La verdad sí me da penita subir este tipo de beats, pero fuck it, ¿no? Espero todos estén tomando agüita, manteniéndose hidratados. Muy importante mantenerse hidratado para poder tener buena salud mental. Un chorro de gente que piensa que tiene depresión, nada más está deshidratada. Se los juro que hidratarse en verdad hace la diferencia. Ok, perdónenme por no posicionar la cámara y todo bien antes de empezar el en vivo. Ponemos esto aquí. Borramos estos de acá. Buscamos aquí Combat. Estoy seguro de que la mayoría de esta canción también está en mono. Es que está malísimo este beat. Pero como digo siempre, tal vez alguien lo pueda usar. Y por eso lo subo. Y este beat está chafísimo. El chile. Real shit. Y lo comprimimos tantillo para que se escuche más suave. Y que sí. Tantitillo nada más. Voy a ponerle Half-Life 2 type beat. Oh, esa pistola con ese grip, así que se abre y se cierra, está buenísimo. Vamos a usar este al chile. Oh, esta. Más que esta. Este ya quedó. Vamos a hacer el otro una vez también. Oh shit, espérate, no lo exporté, va. Ya lo iba a borrar sin exportarlo. Les digo, esto siempre es lo más difícil, nunca sé cómo llamarle los beats. Vamos a llamarle New Gun. Y ahora sí se exportó. Ahora vamos a usar el otro beat una vez al chile. Eficientizar. Necesito empezar a editar un video ya de una vez. Esta es la que falta, no, Kenkidama. Ah, no, la de Ints, la de Kenkidama ya la subí. Ints. Oh, este instrumental sí está buena. De lo que recuerdo. Está bien, divertido. Está bien. Ay, con cuidado. Gracias a ti. Ay. Me gusta mucho ese instrumental, la verdad. B Major 119. Sí estará bien. Esto no debe ser de 119, sí. Sí, 119 va. Ya. Ok, este ya quedó también. Pero ¿cómo le vamos a llamar? Ah, este definitivamente va a ser la portada. Esta es la misma actriz que salía ya iba a decir Charlie en Two and a Half Men, ¿va? ¿Dónde está la Aunt Helen scene? Que es la parte en la que chocan. Crash. Tipo GIF. Oh shit. También podemos usar esto, supongo. Ponytail Steve. No, este ni chistaba con las rolas. Oh, that's fucking crazy. Que le dio una cachetada. Oh my god, man. Yo creo que vas a tener que hacer eso porque no hay GIFs de la otra parte. La tía Ellen. No, hombre, qué dolor. No, pues iba a hacer esto. ¿Ya lo exporté o no? No va. No gun y este la vamos a llamar Wallflower. Y le vamos a llamar Wallflower Perks. Yeah. ¿Qué es una Wallflower, man? Oh shit. La ley. No sabía. Planta viva es europea. Familia de crucíferas. Se cultiva para adorno, cuyas flores según... Nice. La ley, como una ley. La ley, como una ley. Como una ley. Como una ley. Nice. Nube y ley. Of our ley. Voy a ver si se... Inglés. Blossom, carnation, wallflower. Ya descargué esto. Esta la vamos a llamar Wall. Pues, ¿qué era? A 119 BPM. Y B major. Ok, listo, ya se exportó también. Ahora vamos a hacer las imágenes. Siempre dejo Premiere hasta el final a hacer el video porque mi Premiere se traba. No sé por qué, de que cuando cierro mi Premiere no puedo escuchar nada, de que mi interfaz deje de funcionar y la necesito desconectar y volver a aprender. Algo hace con los inputs y outputs. La forma en la que esta película te presenta la trama es increíble. Te dejan saber lo que está pasando de una manera tan escalofriante, de que literal escalofriante nos consigue. O sea, la primera vez que vi esta película sí dije que what the fuck. El chile, y no todas las películas me hacen sentir así. De que muchas, un bonche me hacen sentir así, pero no todas. El chile soy muy picky con las películas que me gustan. O sea, si me pones una película del cine ahorita, probablemente te voy a decir que no me gusta. Ok, ahí está. me faltó un cover para el de Half-Life. Ah, no, sí es cierto, voy a usar esta. ¿Sí, no? Oh shit, ¿cuántos frames me dieron? Damn, era un chingo de frames. Ahí vamos a borrar todos estos. Sheesh. Se ve bonita. Ok, así. Gente, no hablo ahorita porque le estoy poniendo lo que siempre le pongo. No me quiero repetir, siempre le pongo lo mismo, literal. Siempre digo que es lo que hago. La verdad no tendré problema diciéndolo otra vez. Al chile estaría entretenido. No siento que tengo que hablar diokis. Pero honestamente me gusta mucho estos efectitos que siempre le pongo. Ok, ahora vamos a poner esto otra vez, va. Vamos a ponerle el frame 50 otra vez. Ok. Ponytail Steve. Oh shit, me faltó esto. Falta una imagen de ese. Right. Y perks. Yo, ¿dónde está esa escena? What the fuck? Ah, es Ponytail Derek. Pensé que eras Steve. The fuck. Estoy aquí. Vamos a ponerle algo más. Que este. No está nada llamativo ese. Al chile sí lo pudiera poner esta. Ah, pero ella es de otro video de YouTube. Creo que le voy a poner este. Fuck it. Oh, aquí está. Fucking man, al chile le voy a poner esta. Oh, quién sabe. No está nada llamativa. Es el problema. Y vamos a encontrar una buena escena de estas. Oh shit. Y digo que esto está bien. Oh, ok, ahora sí. Los colores, la temperatura del color. Está bien. El contraste. Y el brillo. Siempre lo muevo tantillo. Eso rimó. Y ahora sí exportarlas todas. No me amo GIMP al chile. Antes de que no pensé que era menos de que capaz que otras aplicaciones para editar. Pero es que la verdad, que tal vez no tiene nada más algunas cosas. Tiene todo lo esencial. El chile todo lo esencial. Todo lo que necesitas de que así de blur, de dibujo, de relleno, de letras, de transformaciones así de voltear a un lado, voltear al otro, o cortar o masking o efectos, hasta tiene efectos, smudge, puede ser un chorro de cosas con GIMP. Ya de tener hasta más cosas que se pueden hacer, o sea, de tener de que add-ons o algo así, que yo simplemente no sé usar, o que no aprendí a usar. Vamos a ver si aquí están. Y ahora sí. Typex. Y ahora sí vamos a hacer el video para estos. Ok, aquí le vamos a poner downloads y el gun es un GIF. Oh, yeah, esto es un GIF. Y esto también es lo que siempre le hago a todos mis vídeos. Ok, este ya quedó. Y va para vídeos. No, va para acá. Yo, 420 el estimated file size. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, baby. Está Q. Let's go export. New sequence. Y ahora sí la de Wallflower. Ah, shit, pero primero el GIF de Wallflower. Change sequence settings. Y ahora sí. Está muy corto este GIF, ¿no? Vamos a dejarlo completo mejor. Ah, fuck, se me olvidó ponerle efectos primero. Bueno, efectos, pero hay que nada más lo que siempre le pongo. Y esa Airbnb está muy fuerte. Ok, así está bien. Ay, acá. Mientras exporta esto, voy a ir al baño. Ahí vengo. Y ya están los dos. Es hora de hacer el file de transfer. View. Ok, ya está todo aquí, creo. Nuka, wallflower. Yeah, man. Okay. Y vamos a este transfer aquí. Espérate, no. Y ahora no le necesito dar eject. Oh shit, estos dos ya quedaron. Literal. Boom. Save. Holy shit, tenemos un chingo de cosas que hacer. La verdad no es mucho. Ok. Voy a mandar esto al otro laptop, denme un segundo. Hago esto porque cuando estoy streameando esta laptop no puedo subir nada de esta laptop. Pichi. Yo, ahí estamos varias veces. Está bien, se ve chido, se ve chido. Ok, ya se está subiendo todo. Les quiere. Está chistoso verme ahí varias veces, ¿no? Aquí tengo esto de pelo. No manchen, miren esto. Nomás porque no me importa. A ver, tengo baby hairs. Y esto necesito ir a que me lo corten. Esto no me gusta. Y de hecho es lo que me incomoda. Cuando hace frío está bien. Pero cuando empieza a hacer calor. Estos baby hairs al chile son una flojera. ¿Cómo peino esto? Ahora ya me quedé picado con esto. ¿Qué? Así vamos a dejarlo. Oh, tengo un grano en la frente. Y miren. Tengo un grano de Care. Me la pongo así. Ok, va en 99% uno y el otro en 70. Ahí va, ahí va. Que ya se subieron. ¿Ya uno quiere cargar esto? ¿Tenemos muy mala internet o qué? What the fuck? Ya llevamos 39 type beats. No, esto tiene que estar mal. En 39. No, son 32. Vamos a escuchar este que hicimos. Vamos a ver, vamos a ver los que tienen 0 views. Si tienen mala producción, no me voy a sorprender. está chida. Y está chida. What the fuck, ¿por qué no me deja ver mis propios videos? Ahí está. Ahí está. Me está empezando a dar hambre otra vez, gente, pero subo estos beats y voy a comer. Yo al chile no vale nada la pena el Pro Page, el Professional, formerly Pro Page plan. No manches, no vale nada la pena. For sellers ready to scale their business to the next level with a custom web store. And exclusive opportunities. Ok, esto está chido si ya estás generando ventas y quieres que tus clientes tengan de que un lugar bonito en donde ir. Pero por lo que cuesta, mejor te armas una página web al chile. De que en Shopify. Hey, tenemos 10 free downloads. No, huevito. Vamos a ver las stats. Free downloads. Unknown. Pero huevito, gente lo está descargando. Descarguen mis beats y se engrasa. One free download. Yo, huevo. Qué bueno, me gusta que la gente mínimo esté descargando. Uno de Venezuela, 9 de Estados Unidos. Nice. Todos del web marketplace, así que es gente con computadora, no es desde el teléfono. Aunque desde el teléfono digo, también pueden usar BandLabs. No tengo mentions, no tengo replies. Comments, nada más yo. ¿Qué más? Fans, no repos, no likes, nada más yo. Plays, nice. Ok, 2-3 personitas han de escuchar mis beats. Nice. Tenemos una view de varias personitas, pero no se están quedando viendo. Uno de Israel. A ver, ahora sí vamos a ver. Vamos a hacer un nuevo track. Y vamos a meter. Primero vamos a sacar el de New Gun. Ok, no quiere cargar. Ahí está. Save. Ok, vamos a ver. New Gun. Vamos a ver cómo le vamos a llamar este. llama esta cuenta? Bill Kang. Estos beats los tengo que descargar. Follow on BeatStars. No, fuck off. Tengo que descargar esto. Es que los ceros están horribles. Digo, la melodía no está tan mala. A ver si sí me gusta ese. Pero ¿cómo le vamos a llamar a este? Le vamos a poner este Alternative Trap. Type beat. Yeah, así está bien. Alternative Trap times Experimental Type Beat New Gun. 3 New Gun. Experimental Hip Hop. Boom Bap. Rap. ¿Y en qué estaba? 114. Cuando un beat está bueno le pondría muchas, pero ahorita no sé cómo ponerle. Pues el chile no sé qué más ponerle. Vamos a ponerle frente. instrumentos, quedé con iSynth. No. Y que no tienen de qué synth de instrumento, come on. BeatStars. Una página de beats. No tienes los instrumentos para hacer beats. Ok, ahí está. Finish chart, experimental tape beat, new gun. Polish track. MP3 download. Dev trap takes experimental type beat, new gun. Nice. Oh shit, no lo estoy metiendo en los... Bueno, sí, type beat, ahí está. Alternative trap times broad card die. No gun. Yeah, nice. Be my life. Okay, vamos a agregar otro track. Voy al baño mientras cargue este YouTube. Nice, ya se subió. Justo a tiempo. Vamos a ver cómo se ve esto. Programar. Vamos a programarlo para el 3. El 3 no, ayer. Hoy que es 1, vamos a programarlo para hoy. A las 3:30 pm. ¿Suena bien? Vamos a subirlo a las 3 pm. Para hacer como estreno. Dramático, un minuto, como siempre. Programar. Vamos a ver. Yeah, nice. Ahí está. Hobbit Migala, ¿por qué crees en lo que crees? Oh, nice as fuck. A ver, voy a guardar ese video desde mi teléfono. It could be my life. No, 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 no. Not gonna knife. In my life. Ok. Vamos a ver. Ando bailando, gente, ando bailando. Ando en el modo Club Penguin. It could be my life. Vamos a ver cómo es este tipo de beat. Esto sí es como ambient, ¿no? Qué buen instrumental el chile. Ok, ¿cuál falta? ¿O qué sé ya? Estos. Ahí está, ya se cambió. Alone at the edge of the universe, holding its own. Of nearly we were old. A siren sound like the endless goddess who promises apologies of paradise. And only she can make it right. No, esa canción está buenísima, gente. A siren sounds like the endless goddess who promises. No sé qué dice esa canción ni siquiera. Oh, flower. ¿Qué puedo poner de qué? Alternative hip hop, ambient y boom bap. ¿Sabes qué? Le puedo poner alternative boom bap. No alcanza. El boom bap está muy largo. B major. Ok, pues este también ya quedó publish. No se puede, ¿verdad? Schedule beat in BeatStars. Se puede. Ay, sí se puede. Wallflowers pegado, no separado. Público, programarlo para hoy a las 4:45 se puede. Un minuto a guardar. Nice. Ok, esos dos ya quedaron. Falta este. Ya quedaron estas. No manchen, ¿cuántos bits tengo ya? Como 34, ¿no? Nice, este es 3, o sea, en 30 minutos. Y este es 4:45. O sea, en 2 horas y 15 minutos. 6 views, 4 views, 10 views. No lo puedo creer. Hasta me hace feliz que a mis beats tengan tan pocas views. Así que esto no va a ser así para siempre. Porque al chile tengo muchas cosas que subir. O sea, que tengo un buen de cosas que subir. Tengo planes. I got plans. Quiero que todos mis links todavía funcionen. Ya quedó. Ambient Types Boom Bap Wallflower. Alright, sí, mi Trip Referral sigue. El Sketchfab sigue. Mi BeatStars. Yo, porque tengo Pro Page. Este es el player, va. Nice, ya tengo todos estos beats en línea. What the fuck? Hell yeah, man. $33 tracks. No son 34. Creo que son 34. Ya son 33. Ok, todo está bien. Ahora este de donaciones. Kick, Threads, Instagram, TikTok, SoundCloud. Shit, el SoundCloud no me deja abrirlo así. Ok, YouTube. Bien, esto está funcionando. Ok, mi Instagram también. Notificaciones. Pero no puedo creer que TikTok de que me bloqueó estos videos. Al chile los voy a tener que resubir porque son unos pinches bangers. Ahí sí tenemos aquí esto. Yo, aquí estamos en línea, let's get it. Así se ve la calidad del stream. No, esto es imposible. Tiene que estar de que mucho mejor que esto. Yo sé súper bien el stream, what the fuck. No sabía que se veía así de bien. Ok. Pues bueno, voy a dejar aquí. Voy a ir a comer. No tardo más de media hora. Y regreso 3 PM max. Ahorita regreso, anda, no tardo. Ok. Estamos de regreso. Ya salió ¿no? Porque no se le puso play automáticamente. Oh shit, sale en un minuto literal. Nice. Ok, en un minuto sale. Alright, nice. Ahí quedó. Bueno, es hora de editar un video ahora. Todo bien aquí va. Y bueno, vamos a darle. Aquí se está cargando. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. Data mushing no lo voy a usar. Ya lo estoy usando en el otro vídeo. Object portal. Chill object portal, sí. Match cut. Collage. Tampoco voy a hacer collage. O sí. Capaz y sí. Stop motion. No. Esos dos efectos, Object Portal y Collage. Vamos a hacer algo. Vamos a guardarlo primero que nada. Y vamos a hacer una nueva layer de adjustment. Del principio al final. glow. Fuck, ¿y ahora cuál es ese? Ok, estos no son. ¿Esto? Ah, shit, es algo que le puse aquí. No me digas que va a ser el glow. What the fuck? Es el Lumetri Color. ¿Cómo el Lumetri va a provocar eso? Nada más que si era el glow. No es el Lumetri. Es el glow y el RSMB. A ver si hay alguna forma de resolver esto.
Hey guys, my name is Scobie and welcome back to another video. In today's video, I'm going to be showing you how to fix this effect requires GPU acceleration in Premiere Pro. It's a really easy error for us to fix, and I'm going to be showing you step by step how to do it. So what you need to do is open up the project that's actually having this effect issue. And what we're going to be doing is once this project is open, we're going to be going to File, Project Settings, and then you can click on General. From this point at the very top, you'll have Video Rendering and Playback. And what we're going to be looking for is the renderer option right here. And as you can see, it's currently set to Mercury Playback Engine Software only. What we're going to be doing is clicking this drop down, and we're going to be needing to select the GPU acceleration, and either OpenCL will be here or CUDA will be here. If you have an AMD graphics card in your system like me, you'll have OpenCL here. And if you have an NVIDIA graphics card in your computer, it will show up as CUDA. So all you need to do is select OpenCL or CUDA depending on your graphics card. Click OK, and you'll see the text will go away and the effect will be added right away. And it's as easy as that to fix the error in Adobe Premiere Pro. Anyway, guys.
Ok, pues supongo que no le voy a poder poner los specs aquí, pero sí puedo checar cómo se ve. File, Export, Media. vamos a exportarlo así. Vamos a ver cómo se ve. Pum, pum, pum. Dice, esto es porque la mayoría de las cámaras no son... ¿Sabes qué voy a ver? YouTube. Cheapest Red Camera. A ver esto sí me interesa. $3,000. Red cinema camera under 2. Oh fuck.
This is the Red Scarlet X cinema camera. It was announced in 2011 with a price tag of $10,000 to $17,000, but I bought this ready-to-shoot Scarlet kit for under $3,000, and in this video we'll see if this 11-year-old cinema camera is worth picking up in 2022, and we'll compare it to a more modern Blackmagic cinema camera to see how it holds up. This video is not sponsored, but it is supported by those of you who have purchased my camera guides and LUTs. Check the link in the description to learn more, and thank you so much for the support. As many of you know, I've had this camera for a little while, and I'm really excited to finally get to reviewing it. And if you enjoy these old cinema cameras, I have a whole playlist of these that you can check out, and I have many more planned for the future. But on to the Red Scarlet X. This was Red's fourth camera after two Red 1 models and the Red Epic, which I'm hoping to get my hands on at some point. The original Scarlet has a 14 megapixel Mysterium X sensor capable of 5K up to a useless 12 frames per second, 4K up to 33K
up to a useless 12 frames per second, but okay.
5K up to a useless 12 frames per second, 4K up to 30, 3K up to 48, and 2K up to 60 frames per second. And before we get to image quality, raw video, and what's so great about this camera, let's talk about the system and all the accessories that are required to get this thing up and running. There are several modules that make up the Scarlet system, and we're going to start by talking about the brain. The Scarlet brain is essentially a camera without a grip, lens mount, monitor, or battery. It is pretty much just a box with a sensor, some buttons, and connectors. On the back, you'll find some inputs and outputs, including HDMI, SDI, a headphone jack, and a power input. On the front, there are two mic inputs and a power and record button on the side. The first accessory you need to consider when turning the brain into a usable camera is the actual lens mount that goes on the front of the camera with 4 simple bolts. There are a couple options from Red, including PL, EF, and Nikon. And from third parties, there were several mount options available. For this Scarlet, I went with a simple no electronics EF mount that I found on Amazon for $250 on sale. If possible, I would recommend getting one of the EF adapters from Red. They have a positive locking ring and are really high quality. Next, we need to think about power. There are several options available to you, including a simple AC power adapter. You could also also add a V-mount plate and D-tapped cable, or go with Red's proprietary Red Volt batteries. These can be used in a side grip that we'll talk about in a second, or the Red Pro battery modules. The battery modules come in dual and quad configurations and attached to the rear of the camera. While those modules look cool, these Red Volt batteries don't give you a lot of runtime, especially used, so I would recommend getting a simple V-mount solution to power the camera. Some will require 15mm rods, and some, like the solution that I went with, can be bolted directly to the back of the camera. Next, we need a way to control the camera and access the menu system. For this, you have 3 options, including a touch monitor that allows you to go into the menu system and make changes, the red mode, which attaches to the back of the camera, and our third option is what I went with, and that is the side grip, which gives you a ton of buttons and allows you to access everything in the menu system and make changes to settings. It also has a little door that can be accessed for adding those Red Volt batteries if you want to skip out on the V-mount. We're also going to need some kind of camera monitor since there's nothing built onto the body. For this, I went with a simple HDMI display, in particular the OC4K, which is $125, and I've done a video on it. It's incredible. Or you could go with Red's proprietary monitors, but those are incredibly expensive for the actual display quality. So I prefer just to go with a simple monitor and use the grip to control the camera. That said, if you find a kit that has one of these monitors online, definitely go for it because it's really convenient having that touch control. Another critical accessory or module that is needed to use the camera is going to be the side media module. This bolts to the left side of the camera and allows you to take SSDs that are specific from Red and use them with the camera. Along with that side module, you will need Red mags, and these are the larger 1.8 size magazines. They come in different sizes, and you'll also need a Red station or reader so that you can take these and plug them into your computer over USB or FireWire 800. Finally,
Nah, en mi vida voy a comprar una cámara de Red. Dije, ok, $3,000, si algún día consigo puedo comprar una cámara de Red, pero no voy a comprar una cámara de Red. Esas madres ni siquiera tienen para pasar la información. Necesitas de que algo de Red. No, Red se aprovecha.
you might need some rigging gear to get the camera up and running. For example, a $20 top handle is going to make a big difference if you need to lift this out of the bag or get lower angled shots. Things like a battery plate or 15mm rods to hold a battery plate if you need it. Follow focus, monitor mounts, etc. All that stuff is optional, but something to consider if you're buying from scratch and building your own camera system. In total, my Scarlett 10 kit cost me just over $3,000, and that includes the battery, monitor, and everything needed to shoot out of the box. I bought everything individually, but you can definitely find kits with pretty much everything you're going to need, and these days it's a lot more affordable to go that route usually, and I was able to find several Scarlett kits under $3,000, so expect to pay between $2,800 and $3,500 depending on how many modules and what modules are included. Once built, operation of the camera is surprisingly easy, especially when coming from the Red 1, which I have also done a review on. The Scarlett setting can be accessed by pressing the menu button on the grip. From there, you can make quick changes to settings like your resolution, frame rate, white balance, and other settings by scrolling.
Está chido, pero enséñame footage de este shit.
And a lot more time tweaking.
Raw color.
That just looks good. On top of that, getting to the final image was so much easier on the Red, even with RAW on both of these cameras. On the Red, all I did was take the footage, slightly tweak the white balance, and add a very gentle curve to luminance. On the Pocket 6K, I had to do a lot more work to get the image and skin tones where I wanted them, and even then I could spend a lot more time tweaking the color on this camera. And that is huge. Not only do I like the look of the sensor on the Red Scarlett, but I also very much appreciate being able to very quickly get a great image. I barely touched it on the Red. Red's plugin, drop your footage in the timeline. Simply install Red's plugin, drop your footage in the timeline, go to the inspector where you will find all of your RAW settings, and away you go. Something else I love about Red and RAW cameras in general is you can choose from several different color profiles in post-production. You could switch over to Red Law, a very gentle curve adjustment. So where does that leave us with this camera? Well, it's $3,000, which in 2022 gets you pretty close to something like the A7S, or like we talked about, you could save even more money and get something like the Pocket 6K or 6K Pro. But I'm here to tell you,
$250. A ver eso. 5 cheap Netflix approved cameras.
This
Fuck
is the
Netflix,
Red
oh.
One digital cinema camera. It was first released in 2007 with a starting price of $17,500 for the body alone. I picked this camera up for just $1,300 on eBay, and in this video we'll check out the incredible specs of this camera, talk about what you need to make it work, take a look at image quality, and see if this 14-year-old beast is worth picking up in 2021 and beyond. If this kind of content interests you, make sure you subscribe, as I have a ton more of these old cinema camera video reviews coming out before too long. Also check out the description for timestamps to different parts of this video, as well as links to resources and stuff we're going to be talking about. No matter what
No importa porque sé que Red está...
you have
Bueno, ¿qué año
read
salió
or
esto?
think about Red as a company, you've got to give their cameras some credit. The Red One was revolutionary as it was one of the first cameras to shoot 4K raw video at an affordable price. $17,000 in 2005 was nothing for a cinema camera, especially one with the specs the Red One had. Even here in 2021, it's hard to find something that can shoot 4.5K or 2K at 120p on a super 35mm sensor with 12-bit internal RAW and 13 stops of dynamic range, especially for under $2,000. Before we dive into the incredible specs and image quality of the camera, let's talk about the elephant in the room, which is the size and weight of the Red One. This monster weighs in at 10 pounds body only and makes most other cameras look like toys. On the front of the camera, you'll find the super 35mm sensor and either a PL or Nikon F lens mount. I swapped the included PL mount out for a Canon EF mount, which we'll talk about a little bit later. There are two versions of the Red One camera. The model I have is the original version with the Mysterium sensor. 2 years after launch, Red released the Mysterium X sensor version, which is similar to the original but handles low light better amongst other things. The operator side of the camera houses media, a record button, and 2 user buttons. On the right or dumb side is where you'll find most
Best low light camera ever. Cinema. No manches, es que una low light camera.
What's going on? In this video, I'm going to be comparing 3 different cinema cameras that are each under $500, and I'm going to released in 2011, it costed $5,000. However, now you can pretty easily find it on the used market for between $450 and $650. Next up, we have this tiny camera right here, the Zcam E1. So this camera was released in 2016. I believe it was Zcam's first camera. Of course, if you know Zcam, they make a lot of fantastic cinema
Pero no ponen nada de que enseñar cómo grabar.
Netflix has changed
Oh.
the game when it comes to how we consume content. And it's even changed the way we produce content as filmmakers. We all want to be able to have our films and documentaries on the produced content as filmmakers.
Y shit, nunca había visto ese rig. El vato tiene la cámara agarrada desde arriba.
We all want to be able to have our films and documentaries on the most renowned and scenario for your wallet. So I took the time and I did the research and I went through the entire Netflix approved list and I found 5 Netflix cameras that you can go and buy right now in 2023 without breaking the bank. And we're going to talk about the pros and the cons of each video. You hear me now and you will be eligible for one of my favorite 35 sensor. It has 14 stops of dynamic range, built-in internal ND filters, and it can film up to 180 FPS. And you can buy this camera right now, 2023, for only $1,299 used on Adorama. This camera is a huge bang for your buck, and for the price, one of my favorite cameras on this list. And yes, while it is used and it's a little old, you can still get a lot of mileage out of this thing and produce really great images like you're seeing right now in this Last Chance U documentary. Next, we have a camera from one of my...
If they like your film, you should use your phone. Ah, ya entendí. Ok, sí, ya entendí. Vamos a ver esto. Ok, está chido. Y ahora vamos a hacer un new sequence. Oh shit, pero entonces acá. Ah, come on, man. Ok. No, este. Oh shit, man. Ahora sí borré la secuencia. No sequence. Chinga. Porque no se metió con todo. Excuse me, what the actual fuck? Loki. I'm super duper high. Copy. Delete. Vamos a exportar esto nomás para ver cómo se ve. Ok, vamos a darle Q otra vez. Oh. Se me está hablando mi papá. ¿Sí me hablaste?
Sí, nomás para ver cómo andabas. Ya se te pasó el,
Sí, por supuesto. Y nada más lo tenía que meditar un ratito y me ayudó mucho platicarlo contigo y con Jessy, la verdad.
No, pues qué bueno, ¿no? Pues ya sabes que la familia siempre es apoyo y es importante contar con familia. Ahorita Jessy que la acompaña a Santa Catarina. Va a darme una vuelta a la casa, pero entonces vas a andar en esos de los vivos, pero pues más que regresemos a Santa Catarina te hablo a ver cómo. Si me doy la vuelta.
Suena bien, pues si te vienes mínimo a cenar, hice comer guacamole, arroz y verduras otra vez.
Ah, pues sí, llevo un pruebo. Camolito, ya sé que te quedan muy bien.
Sí, quedaron muy
Entonces,
ricos.
Ya después de Santa Catarina, ya voy en camino.
Dale, ¿tú cómo amaneciste?
Bien, pues bien, nada más sabes, la riego ayer, la regué. Tenía esos panelas y no me dieron eran las 3. Había una lata de verduritas que trae zanahoria, jote, la mezclé, cayó pesado, fue nada más el queso, que cené sano y bueno es que no le eché salsa, entonces nada más dormí un poco pesado por el queso. Ahí te doy lo mismo. No lo voy a
Pues el queso no tiene fibra, ¿verdad?
No, y era un queso pesado, porque cuando ceno puras verduras o algunas nada, he comprado la ensalada de bien. Ya cuando le meto algo más, atún, o sea, entonces no hay como comer en la noche. Pues al final la foto
Sí, nombre sapo.
y hago pasteles porque la festejaron y él y regalaron un pie, pastel, la verdad es que no me lo acabé, lo dejé a la mitad. Está andando muy bien.
¿Y eso es lo que has comido en todo el día?
Café.
O sea, nada más café y pastel.
No, bueno, en la mañana y de lo y me lo acabé, pero verdura, agarré el elotito. ¿Sabes qué me gusta mucho?
¿En serio?
Bueno,
¿Te gusta el jugo de los elotes?
claro, de la lata.
Ah, a mí no.
La limonada.
No manches.
Desayuné, no me acabé la media lata.
No tiene mucho sodio.
No sé, pero a mí me encanta. Tanto sodio.
Es que según yo el agua está llena de sal, de que para que no se pudra o algo así de sodio.
Voy a checar eso, pero agarre sabor, le pongo crema. Bueno, en la mañana desayuné café. Luego ahorita aquí una Pepsi Light, pastel, pie y Laura y eso.
¿Y no tienes hambre o qué?
Pero bueno.
Ya no tienes hambre.
A lo mejor va a decir, ay, vamos a pararnos con más de comer. Hambre. Vamos al sopo. Y la mitad yo.
No, hombre, pero en vez de ir al Subway, vengas a cenar acá. Acá yo hice de comer.
Le voy a decir. Ya le había dicho. En todo caso, en la casa y así de que no. Tanto, pues, caldito. No traigo hambre con los.
Está bien, está bien. ¿Y ahí estás tomando algo?
La verdad está un poco agua. Agua de Pepsi Pero compro las chicas, compro la lata, la de plástico. Mucha agua. Ya se me quita la tentación, ya pura. En la casa estoy tomando agua porque ni nada más que agua. Ah, sí probé el jugo. Está muy dulce.
¿El de sandía? ¿O cuál?
Hiciste berries y no sé qué. Estaba muy dulce.
Era sandía blueberries.
Buenísimo. Buenísimo, pero sí muy concentrado. A lo mejor era diluido.
No, pues si no te gusta tan fuerte está bien, pero la verdad es pura vitamina y nutrientes.
No, ya sé, pero sí lo.
Está bien, está bien.
Está bien. Ahí nos vemos.
Ok, viejito, mucha suerte y con cuidado.
Dale, bye.
Sale, bye bye.
Bye.
Está bien. Vamos a ver. Voy al baño real quick. que ya terminó de exportarse esto, a ver. Nice. Sí se ve bien, la verdad. Nada más estaba dudoso, quería checarlo. Esa entrada está buena. Y así se ve antes. Sí. Y vamos a usar algo como estos 100% gratis. Webin skin. Low-key. Vamos a abrir el proyecto de autosaves porque me cerró sin que lo guardara. Mob video oficial. A las 3:33 p.m. No se guardó lo que había hecho. Map video oficial, pues 333 es lo más reciente. Y no recuerdo que haya dicho autosave. Poquito. ¿En qué me quedé aquí? Pues sí, desde esto, ¿no? ¿Ya había descargado un Data Mesh plugin? No. Creo que era After Effects. ¿Dónde se habrá importado? ¿Esta? Ya. What the fuck you mean time reserved layers, bro? What the fuck? What the fuck, man? ¿Cómo hago más grande este roto brush? Ahí está. What the fuck? Come on, man. What you mean? Roto brush and refine edge strokes can be added to time reserved layers. Right. A ver si ahora sí me deja. What the fuck? Que esta no se puede, por alguna extraña razón. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Podemos hacerle un mask. Whoa, Kenny. Legal drinking age Canada 19. ¿Qué grande está Maddox? ¿Qué? Maddox age. Tato tiene 18 años, no tiene 19, tiene 18. Damn, bro's little. What the fuck was that? Perdón. A ver si lo logra traquear bien. Si es que quisiera traquearlo. Siempre super high. Lembrei no. Vamos a usar por primera vez el Refine Edge. Nunca lo he usado, la verdad. Vamos a ver el Photo Brush otra vez. Ah, shit, man. Todo esto se supone que está dentro. Vamos a ver entonces si funcionó. Y este funciona, vamos a darle freeze. ¿Funcionó? Yeah, man. Let's get it. Okay. A ver lo que llevamos. He's right there. FBI. Seguimos streameando, ¿verdad? Yeah. Fuck. Odio cuando sin querer me voy de que otra parte del video. Ah, perdón. Voy al baño y vengo. Pasa. ¿Quieres comer? ¿No está en el sillón abajo? A ver, gente, ahorita vengo.
Yo creo que estaba dormida.
Sí, ahí voy. Ah. you guys again. Nice, vamos a exportarlo una vez. Oh shit. Ok, vamos a exportar esto. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to visit you again.
Watch this video for 5 seconds.
Ah, shit, esto va a tardar un buen.
Especially the it's not even do that. Simple TikTok. Once again, if you guys are taking their skills. Filtering. Simple. It's not even a join the flag. Simple this is. Once again, you don't have to still count. And again, the best simply just by using simple. So that watch
Eches sonidos de drill. Hey gente, vamos a ver YouTube. Oh shit, ya salió este beat. Wow, 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 wow. Cuando le ponga más efectos. Shit, man. Shit, man. Shit. Ah, shit, man. Vamos a ver nada más de Terry. Voy a checar mi BeatStars, mi SoundCloud también de una vez, ¿por qué no? No puedo creer, mi perfil ya se está viendo bonito. Excuse me, what the actual fuck? Creo que la cagué. Sí, definitivamente la cagué. Oops, oopsie daisy. Tracks. Ahí está. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. La 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 la. Vamos a escuchar todos mis beats, ¿por qué no? Let's do it. What the fuck? No, esto tiene que estar mal.
Cry or die.
Mis beats siempre han sido una mierda. Desde que empecé a hacer beats, las únicas dos cosas que más me importaron fueron tener buenos sonidos y que los artistas usen mis beats. Pasaron los años, yo hacía beats, algún que otro artista lo usaba, pero al final el beat no lo terminaba usando y lo descartaba y usaba otro beat. Y yo quedaba como, mierda, ¿qué hice mal? Así que a partir de este año empecé a utilizar unos par de tips que me ayudaron bastante a tener más descargas que hacer el beat. Un par de tips descartaba y unos par de tips que me ayudaron bastante a tener más descargas.
Son 37 downloads, 37 free downloads, come on, man.
Que mis beats sean más usados y tener un par de ventas. ¿Cómo
Un par de
pasé que
ventas.
mis beats sean más usados y tener un par de
19.
ventas? Que te voy a dar es la selección de sonidos. Cuando uno tiene un buenos samples, un buen paquete bien elegido, bien organizado, es mucho más fácil hacer el beat. Ya no tenés que entrar tanto en mezcla y no te enfocás tanto en la mezcla, sino te enfocás más en la producción. A lo que yo me refiero es que recomiendo a que utilicen samples de gente que ya saben que hacen buenos samples, que mucha gente lo usa, o no sé, más o menos vas escuchando el sample.
Voy a cambiar
ves
todos mis
que
samples a
está
9.99.
bueno. No recomiendo que tengan muchos paquetes, muchos drum kits, muchos sample packs de mucha gente, porque va a ser un quilombo mental. Me pasó a mí. Yo ahora mis samples están muy reducidos, están bien ordenados por carpetas. Yo lo tengo ordenado como por carpeta de artistas, de género, y más o menos ya sé a dónde ir, ya sé a qué carpeta ir para qué género hacer. Por ejemplo, no sé, quiero hacer trap, voy a buscar a Nick Mira, que tiene buenos drum kits, unos buenos sonidos para hacer trap, por ejemplo, ¿no? Yo creo que es muy clave tener sonidos bien elegidos. Como ya dije, vas a ahorrarte mucho tiempo en la producción de beat. Como segundo tip, les voy a recomendar a que cuando ya tienen los buenos samples, la buena selección de sonido, no le metan cosas de más, no le metan ecualización de más, no le metan compresión. Mira lo que te digo, compresión ya. Yo no estoy tan de acuerdo en ya si el sample está muy zarpado, muy bien hecho. Hay muchos youtubers o gente como que recomienda meterle un glue compresor, un compresor ahí para darle más boost de lo que ya tiene el sample, que con lo cual yo no estoy muy de acuerdo. Así que tipo, te recomiendo, ya tenés el sonido bien hecho, no toques más nada. No, o sea, solo en la mezcla tenés que manejar los volúmenes del beat y nada más. No metas ecualización, no agregues cosas de más. A menos que vos quieras darle una acentuación en algo, no sé, ponerle el kick, lo querés acentuar en una frecuencia, bueno, está bien, eso es gusto artístico. Pero ya hay beats como que los escuchás y ves que están hay como frecuencias muy exageradas, creo yo, o cosas muy exageradas que no es necesario. Pensás hacer el beat para que el artista lo use. Te recomiendo que te mantengas bien simple y no hagas cosas de más. Como me decía un compañero de la facultad, no arregles lo que ya está arreglado. Creo que era así, no me acuerdo. Bueno, era un dicho que me dijo que dije, concuerdo con lo que decís. En este tip te voy a dejar acá a la izquierda o a la derecha un video donde yo explico cómo hacer la mezcla limpia, digamos. Y nada, no te vayas todavía, mirate el video completo y después andá a mirar ese video que te explico unos conceptos básicos. Pero bueno, faltan algunos, así que posiblemente vaya a rehacer ese video. Como tercer tip que te voy a dar es no satures el beat. No satures el beat, no le agregues cosas de más. Hablando de nivel de producción, no le agregues drums de más, no le agregues melodías de más que no son necesarias.
yo escucho muchos beats que las melodías están muy saturadas, tienen...
Este güey no está diciendo nada. Literal, el vato no dijo nada. El vato habló y no dijo nada. Eso fue lo que pasó. A ver, vamos a ver esto y... ¿Cómo checamos? What the fuck? Ya tenemos que dejar de escuchar nuestros beats porque tengo que continuar con el video.
Me compré tu wife por un poco.
Ok, vamos a poner los efectos otra vez porque ya no encuentro. Ok, ahí está mejor porque ya es de noche. Oh shit, qué bueno que me voy dando cuenta de esto. Si no me he dado cuenta de eso hubiera estado mal. Siempre me pasa eso. Mi perrita se echó un fucking Nagasaki. man, qué mala suerte con eso de la memoria, pero si ayer el estudio no ha salido, güey. Literal estoy aquí ahorita y no río ni nada, pero yo la última vez que la vi, o bueno, no sé si es la misma memoria, fue aquí en el cuarto que se cayó y te la entregué en la mano. Te digo que tal vez está por ahí en un pantalón o algo, pero fuck, qué mala suerte, güey, en Chile. Te voy a taggear al de YouTube, ahí te pongo el ad. ¿Y cómo se ve esto desde noise? Sí, así lo voy a exportar. "4K 60 FPS". Ah, huevín, skin.
It's Israeli.
Esto va a tardar más.
Distance from Israeli. Swap was Iran turn, Israeli policemen fired 15 bullets at her, shattering the Stada was possessing a knife to cure having it. Side note, it's not just straight tanks. Charges, and you see the power. Hang on, she was 16 years old and sentenced and a half. She said, "My receiving her school education." School. Stronger. After said hospital have a value sweet Israeli.
No, esto es increíble, o sea, de que pensar en lo que está pasando ahorita en Palestina y Israel es de que lo mismo que estaba pasando con los judíos bueno, muy similar, no lo mismo, ¿verdad? Pero similar a lo que estaba pasando con los judíos en Alemania, de que Nazi Germany, ¿por qué mi pelo se está poniendo así? Si tuvieras hoy en día un palestino escondido en una casa de un Israel, sería lo mismo a lo que estaba pasando con los alemanes, ¿no? O sea, de que, digo, no van a matar al judío así como, digo, no van a matar al palestino así como mataban a los judíos tal vez, o mismo como he visto en las películas, pero definitivamente los van a bombardear o los van a meter a la cárcel por años, o sea, de que está súper mal, súper duper mal. Vamos a checar el babazón. Nada, al chile no voy a usar el Amazon, voy a usar el Mercado Libre. Mercado Libre. what the fuck. Dun, 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 down, 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 down. Down, 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 down. Oh, es increíble, gente. Ya llevamos 6 horas en vivo. 6 horas y 20. Y ni una persona ha venido a decir hola. No puedo creerlo. No puedo creerlo. Es increíble. Loki, I'm super duper high. Oh. How much are used iPhone prices 2023 December? Thank myself. Buy used iPhones. Sheep. Que cracked, te lo venden cracked. Y $1000 un iPhone Pro Max. Bro, what the fuck, o sea, te vas a un anterior y bajo la mitad de precio. Esto es como comprarte un carro, what the fuck, man. iPhone SE 3, salió un SE 3 en 2022. No sabía eso. Está en $170, cracked en 102. Al chile sí me compraría el iPhone SE cracked. 102, son $1600 más o menos. A ver, vamos a ver eBay. Dios, esto sí va a tardar una hora. Shit, man. Oh, shit, man. Shit. Fuck, shit. Fuck, shit, man. Como me encanta decir eso. Nada, tan mascarillos. ¿Y el de 2020? Al chile no me voy a comprar un iPhone, ni siquiera sé por qué estoy viendo eso. Al chile no me voy a comprar un iPhone. Más porque me... A ver, esto al chile... Hombre, al chile con comprar cosas es una droga, literal. Descarga la app y obtén un regalo. Exclusivamente para... Navidad. Tanto se adelanta. Vamos a ver qué juguetes tienen. Pero el chile, si algo compré de juguetes usados. Hay que alentar esta economía y luchar por mejores derechos para hacer más pobres a los billonarios. Escúchenme bien, billonarios. Con B de burro, porque si eres millonario probablemente... Si estás en los millones, al chile no eres dueño del planeta. Y que no estás ni cerca. Ya cuando cruces los 100 millones es de que, oh, ¿qué estás hablando? Cuando cruzas un billón es de que, ok, ¿qué estás haciendo para arreglar el planeta? No estás haciendo nada, mereces ser asesinado. Literal. Así es. Así es mi lógica. Diablo, los Legos están carísimos. Vamos a ver los juguetes más caros. Lo podemos poner de mayor precio a menor. Vamos a ver el juguete más caro. What the fuck. No manches, que esto cuesta 1,000,000. Esto ni de chiste debería costar 1,000,000. Debería costar cruz. ¿Qué crees? 300 max. O sea, ni que fue una casa, de que ya el terreno y todo. 300 pelotas, 600,000 pesos. Nada, estos son fake. Un scooter. Una mesa de pool. No, esto está súper distópico. El chile nunca entró a estas páginas. Siento que gente entra aquí de que todos los días a ver qué hay. Están diciendo de que Disney Plus, Star Plus, VIX Premium, HBO Max. Yes. Yes, yes. Dun, 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 dun. A ver, vamos a hacer la búsqueda que iba a hacer. La búsqueda que se merece hacer. La búsqueda de las búsquedas. Este sí lo quiero hacer. Mira, los voy a ordenar por cuál quiero hacer primero. También lo quiero hacer. Raspberry Leaf. Ya estoy medio cansado del chile. De frambuesa. Esa mezcla herbal está buenísima. Tiene mullein, gold cap, marshmallow leaf. Upa ursi nunca lo había escuchado. Damiana, lobelia. The fuck. Me está entrando el sueño, gente. Hoja de frambuesa. Necesito uno baratón y que no sea de té, que sea nada más así. 50 gramos de hoja de frambuesa por 400 pesos. What the fuck, está carísimo. Quiero uno más barato. Por ejemplo, estos 18 sobres, ¿cuántos son? 24 gramos. Eso digo, está mucho más caro ahí suelto. Lo están revendiendo bien caro. What the fuck. Miren esto. Son 3. Está mal esto. A ver, vamos a ver qué dice el Vegan Game, si es que sigue subiendo. Vamos a Vegan Games, el chile está todo. Qué keep. Man, es fucking insane el físico que tenía Vegan Games en esos tiempos. Pero el chile se veía mal de la cara. Ya que ahorita se ve más relleno.
Hi everyone, so
La verdad no es que se veía mal, se veía como que un poquito más flaco que lo que está ahorita.
it's been a while since I've made a video like this, but I've been forced out of retirement because somebody has made a pretty big dum-dum, and the person who made the dum-dum this time is Paul Saladino. Now, he made a video on his Instagram where he mentioned me specifically, and he decided to talk about soy. So we're going to watch this video and, in typical fashion, rebut each of his claims point by point.
Paul, where is the research showing soy consumption has feminizing effects in men? Soy does not have any feminizing effects in men. If soy is feminizing, then show me the fucking evidence, Paul.
So I'm guessing the joke here is that because my voice goes higher pitched when I get frustrated, soy must have feminizing effects in men. Okay, Paul, well, standing next to you, I don't think I look too feminine. I'm taller than you, I'm bigger than you, I'm stronger than you, I'm twice your size and at least twice as strong. Look at any of my lifts on Instagram. I dare you to even attempt any of these lifts. You'd kill yourself if you lifted the weights I lift. And I even have more goddamn body hair. So, who's the one who's really feminized?
There's research in rats comparing soybean extract, BPA, which is a xenoestrogen, 17-beta estradiol, on the testicles, showing that soybean extract looks a lot like BPA and 17-beta estradiol in rats. That's not a good thing, and it decreases hormone levels.
Not sure if you're aware of this, Paul, but human beings are not rats. I know you might feel like a rat sometimes because you're really small, really weak, and you also really like to eat cheese. But people aren't rats. And you can't rely on rodent research if you want to know if soy has feminizing effects in men.
In human men, there's a study showing inverse association, meaning the more soy food intake there was, the lower the sperm concentration in the semen.
So this is a perfect example of Paul Saladino's cherry picking and misrepresenting research, and I'll explain what he did here. So here's the paper that Paul mentioned in his Instagram video, Soy Food and Isoflavone Intake in Relation to Semen Quality Parameters Among Men from an Infertility Clinic. So a few things to point out here. This paper is looking at sperm quality or semen quality. It is not looking at feminizing effects of soy. So this really has nothing to do with whether or not soy feminizes men. This paper is looking at whether or not it affects semen quality. Secondly, this is a cross-sectional study, so it doesn't have the scientific weight to draw causal inferences, which is important to recognize. And most importantly, Paul completely cherry-picked and misrepresented the paper. What Paul did here was he only read a small section of the abstract where it did mention that, yes, there was an inverse association between soy food intake and sperm concentration. Keyword there, being sperm concentration. Notice how they didn't mention sperm count, and that's because in this paper, soy food intake did not affect sperm count. You can go down to the multivariate analyses. As was the case in the univariate analyses, there was no association between soy food or isoflavones and total sperm count. ejaculate volume, sperm motility, or morphology in the multivariate analyses. So the only thing that soy did here was it reduced sperm concentration. It didn't actually affect sperm production. It also didn't affect sperm quality. So that's an important detail that Paul, for some reason, I'm sure it's not because he's biased and trying to mislead you, failed to mention this. So not only did Paul's paper fail to demonstrate that soy impacts male fertility in any meaningful way, they actually cited some research that suggests soy improves male fertility in the discussion section. In a study with a design similar to ours, Song and colleagues investigated the relationship between soy isoflavone intake and semen quality, and better...
And milk. Raw dairy is amazing for you. These are all the different types of raw dairy that I eat.
So, Paul, I might be a soy boy, but it looks like you're a dairy fairy. And given the fact that I'm bigger than you, I'm stronger than you, and I have a heck of a lot more chest hair, I guess that makes you more of a bitch.
There was a study done comparing soy protein to whey protein, looking at hormonal responses to lifting weights in men. After 14 days of supplementation with soy protein, there was a blunting of serum testosterone relative to whey protein.
So once again, Paul cherry-picked research, misrepresented the findings, and is a clown. So here's the paper that Paul referenced in his Instagram video. The effects of soy and whey protein supplementation on acute hormonal response to resistance exercise in men. So yes, the paper did find that there was a difference in testosterone. Our main finding demonstrates that 14 days of supplementation with protein does appear to partially blunt serum testosterone. Now, what Paul doesn't mention is this is likely due to the differing levels of cortisol between the two groups. So, in addition, whey influences the response of cortisol following an acute bout of resistance exercise by blunting its increase during recovery. So, cortisol affects your serum testosterone concentrations. Higher cortisol means lower testosterone. Lower cortisol means higher testosterone. Chances are the reason the study had this finding was because the whey group, for whatever reason, had lower cortisol levels. And Paul, of course, did not mention that there was no significant differences between groups in estradiol concentrations, or estrogen. So again, this whole theory that soy is feminizing turns you into a girl, this paper does not provide evidence to that hypothesis. He's also cherry-picking. You can find other papers that use different protein sources, so soy and whey protein, and analyzes their effects on serum hormone concentrations, and they find no difference between the soy and whey protein groups. This investigation shows that 12-week supplementation with soy protein does not decrease serum testosterone or inhibit lean body mass changes in subjects engaged in resistance exercise program. You can also find large meta-analyses analyzing whether or not soy or isoflavone intake affects testosterone in men. And of course, unsurprisingly, again, according to this meta-analysis, soy does not feminize men, it does not lower testosterone. So once again, Paul is just cherry-picking.
So I think that there is a pretty significant amount of evidence that soy is feminizing for men and males across multiple species.
No, Paul, there is no good evidence that soy has feminizing effects in men. But at least if you're evidence for it, I am seeing a correlation between meat eating and a lack of intelligence. By the way, I am happy to debate you on any topic related to veganism, nutrition, balls in your...
O sea, de repente se enoja bien machín, pero...
Hey, how you doing?
Not bad, man. How are you?
Pretty good, thanks. Yeah, somebody just linked me your channel, said you're into debating and whatnot.
Okay, word.
Yeah, so I was assuming because you're named God's favorite, you're religious.
Well, I believe in God, yeah, but like I wouldn't say I so much religious rather than spiritual, maybe.
Okay. So yeah, I was interested in debating you on one of two topics. You can choose either moral realism, so the idea that morality is objective, and usually religious people believe that morality is created by God, or we could just debate on veganism.
Okay, so with veganism, like what? So like I've seen some of your debates on veganism actually already. So like what is your like, if you want to give a, just so everyone in the crowd knows what your stance is with veganism.
Yeah, so veganism is defined as the belief and lifestyle practice of giving animals the same rights as human beings. So the basic idea being that there are not any substantial enough differences between humans and animals where it would be justifiable to take away human rights from animals. So there are humans that you can find that are, say, mentally deficient or disabled, who can't speak. We wouldn't take away rights from them on that basis. So why would you take away rights from, say, a cow, even though you could find comparable human beings that have about the same mental capacity as these animals?
Yeah, so so like for that, for instance, when I hear that, my answer would be like, so for instance, a cow, that species isn't like of the nature to have the capability of the general human being. So like most human beings are way above a cow. You know, like we understand our surroundings, we understand our death is coming. Like there's a lot we understand compared to a cow.
Yeah, sure. But you believe we should be logically consistent, correct?
Logically consistent, yeah.
Yeah, so if you're going to take away the rights of a cow because, say, they're not intelligent enough, they don't have human wisdom, then in order to be logically consistent, you would have to say, even though it's a marginal case, you would take away human rights from a human if they lack those traits, like human wisdom and intelligence.
Right, that's human rights that humans created for humans, right?
Well, yeah, sure. But again, you believe in logical consistency, right? So if you're going to take away rights from an animal on the basis of intelligence or lacking human wisdom, then if a human were to lack intelligence or human wisdom, then you would logically have to be in favor of taking away rights from that human.
Not necessarily though, because again, like I'm saying, the cow will never have like it doesn't matter if the cow has a mental deficiency or if it's a smart cow, it'll never be the same as a human, where that person that has that disability still is a human being, like of the nature to have the same capabilities of me and you.
Okay, so you care about like humans just being human, like part of the human species?
Right, like there's a reason where like we are at the top of the food chain, right? Like because we manipulate our surroundings to help us. So like we've eaten meat since the beginning of time, right?
Right, but like I'm just wondering, if you were to find a human being that was trait equalized to a cow, so same level of intelligence, lacking in human wisdom, you wouldn't be in favor of killing that human being on the basis of it being human, correct?
Right, on the basis that it's a human being. Because, like, again, we've created human rights for humans, not for cows.
So I would argue you don't really care if something's human or not. And the reason I think that is because if we were to encounter a very intelligent alien species, say like Vulcans from Star Trek, Vulcans are very intelligent, their culture is very similar to ours, they're even human-shaped, they look very similar, but they're not human. You wouldn't be in favor of taking away rights from a very intelligent animal species, alien species, correct?
Okay, so let me get this straight. The alien looks exactly like a human?
Doesn't have to look like a human, but let's say the alien has human or human-like wisdom. So their culture is similar to ours, they have a language, things like that. You wouldn't be in favor of like killing an alien species and turning them into hamburgers if they're intelligent.
as intelligent as human beings. So like they're basically human beings.
Yeah, so it could be Vulcans from Star Trek, or it could be an alien species from Star Wars, something like that.
But it's still equivalent to human beings.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I would just call them human beings, but yeah, I wouldn't be okay with doing that to them, though.
Right, so what you really care about is human wisdom or human-like wisdom and intelligence. So, like, the
No, I care about the whole, like, biological form that is a human. Like, that I care about everything that comes with being a human, and I think there's a reason we've created the rights.
Okay, but like, I mean, if there was like an alien species, like, I don't know if you...
Yo, este debate está bueno, al chile voy a poner subtítulos en español.
Played like video games like Crysis, right?
I've never played Crysis, but I've played games with like alien species, and I know what you're saying. Like, so you're saying like if it looks like all fucked up, weird looking things?
Yeah, like in Crysis, the aliens are squid-like. They're actually related to squids, and they have mechanical parts that give them the ability to like grab things. So like an alien species that's highly intelligent, but like looks totally different to us, that looks like a squid. Presumably, you wouldn't be okay with killing them if they had, again, human-like wisdom and intelligence.
No, I wouldn't be okay with it. Just the same as like if we found like a new species of an animal that like no one's ever seen before, I wouldn't be okay with us deciding, hey, let's just start eating this animal. We already have cattle and chicken and everything that we eat. Why would we do that to this new? So like I wouldn't think like, hey, this new human being, let's just start eating them. That's like, you know. But like if they were like squid-like things and then they started like trying to like kill humans, fuck them. Eat them too.
Yeah, but the point I'm making is if you're going to say like being part of the human species and having human intelligence is what you value, but I can give you a situation where the species isn't human and is very different from a human but has human-like wisdom and intelligence, you wouldn't be in favor of killing it. So, like, it seems like the common denominator here is human-like wisdom and intelligence and not being part of the human species. So, again, it doesn't seem like it matters to you if something's part of the human species or not. The common denominator seems to be intelligence and wisdom.
Right. Like if we found like a random cow out of nowhere and this cow started like talking to everybody in English and started building himself a house and he was like, you know, I think I want to pass down my genes to the next generation. I'd be like, yo, that cow, leave that cow alone, bro. We can't eat that cow. That cow is something special about that cow.
Right.
Yeah,
so
this be like a new thing, right? Like we don't have this already. Like this is what I mean. When we discover new things, I don't think the best thing to do is just start killing it.
Yeah, so if you agree with that, then I see a logical contradiction here because on one hand you're saying the determining factor that gives us a right to kill and eat animals is animals lacking in human wisdom and intelligence. But if we were to find a human being that's lacking in human intelligence and wisdom, you wouldn't be okay with killing and eating them. So it is both the case and not the case that human wisdom and intelligence grants a being a right to life. So that's a contradiction.
No, wait a minute. So if I'm saying, if it's what you described as alien species is exactly like a human, right?
Well, I gave you two scenarios. They could be like a human or they could be quite different.
Right, like they talk like us, they have same like cultures like us, everything.
Like, we don't even have to stick on the alien thing. I mean, you just gave a hypothetical of a cow that had human intelligence.
Something impossible, right? Like that's. But if that did happen, I think it would be an interesting thing to study it instead of eating it.
Well, if a cow had human wisdom and intelligence and it could like talk to you just like we're talking now, you wouldn't be in favor of killing it. So the common denominator again seems to be human wisdom and intelligence. So, like this leads to a contradiction.
Yeah, that's why we... Wait, why though?
Because you're saying that it is both the case and not the case that human wisdom and intelligence grants a being a right to life. Because in the one case, you would not kill an animal with human intelligence and wisdom, but you wouldn't kill a human with human intelligence and wisdom.
Yeah, wait, that's exactly. I wouldn't kill the human ever.
Right.
And then if I said we probably shouldn't kill the cow that could talk, if that would.
Right,
Yeah.
but if the value that you're, like, the value for why you'd be willing to kill a cow is a lacking of human wisdom and intelligence, then that's a contradiction, because on one hand, you wouldn't kill an animal with human wisdom and intelligence, you would kill an animal that has that lacks human wisdom and intelligence, but you wouldn't kill a human that lacks human wisdom and intelligence. So that's a contradiction. So it is both
Right,
the case.
because a human, again, no, because I've said why. Because a human is already of that nature. Like, we're human beings, right? Like, so, like, in general, humans have the same wisdom, intelligence, sentience as us, right?
Well, you certainly can find humans that lack that. Like, again, it might be a marginal case, but
you can, but in general. Right?
Yeah, in general.
In general, 99% of cows, actually 100% of cows right now, for our knowledge, is not talking, and they don't have intelligence and wisdoms like human beings.
Right, but again, if you value human wisdom and intelligence, so you would kill a cow that's lacking in human wisdom and intelligence, but you wouldn't kill a cow that has human wisdom and intelligence, then, in order to be logically consistent, if a human were lacking human wisdom and intelligence, you would
I wouldn't kill that cow for
that.
scientific purposes, right? Like, we would study this cow. We would wonder, like, hey, can more cows do this? Maybe eventually, after we study that talking cow, I would change my mind and think maybe we should stop eating cows. But until that happens, I'm good with eating cows. I like cows.
So I'm. What would the research on this, supposed talking cow have to show for you to grant it
I don't
the right
know.
to life?
It's there's a lot of things that could come out of this, right?
Well,
we could find out that fish talk too.
Well,
do vegans eat fish?
No.
Okay.
So, but again, like, the value that you seem to have latched onto for why it's wrong to kill human beings is human wisdom and intelligence. So if a cow had human wisdom and intelligence, why wouldn't you just grant it human rights?
Because why wouldn't I grant it human rights? Because it's not a human being.
Right,
again,
but
like,
the value
we're still a separate species. Even if we have the same intelligence, we're still a separate species, right?
Right, but I mean, you would, like let's say if black people turned out to not be human, you'd still want to give black people human rights, right?
If they turned out not to be human?
Yeah, let's say they, I don't know, mutated. All black people mutated, and they lacked the cluster genetics that would make them human, so they couldn't interbreed with white people anymore. Like, presumably, you'd still want black people to have human rights, right?
Yeah, but like this would be like an evolving thing. We'd have to, like, again, understand with science. We can't just jump into things like that. Like, oh, you know what? We just heard they're mutated. Let's start eating them. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
well, I don't see why that would be the case. If the value is human wisdom and intelligence, then presumably any species that has human wisdom and intelligence would therefore need to be granted human rights.
Okay, even if I gave you this one cow that had that was able to talk, and I gave you that, we gave this cow human rights. We'd let him have a house and a car and a job, all this, okay? That doesn't say anything for all the other cows that are still normal cows.
Right. So if you agree, this is the value that grants a being a right to life, human wisdom and intelligence. Then,
not a right to life, just a right to human life.
Sure. A right to human rights.
Yeah.
Then, in order to be logically consistent, it would have to work the other way around in the human case. So in the human, yeah, it would.
No, because the species, the part that we're still Homo sapien, we're still human beings, that part solidifies everything.
But you would grant a cow with human intelligence and wisdom a right to life. So I don't see how you could value species in this case. Like what you value, the common denominator.
It doesn't take away. It does no. One doesn't take away from the other though.
Well,
I can value human life over any other species and still grant another species human rights if it was to somehow talk. But like I can still value, like you don't think you can value something more and still give a respect to something else?
Yes, but again, what I'm seeing here is the common denominator, the thing you care about, is human intelligence and wisdom. I don't think you care about whether or not something is part of the same species as you. Because again, if you're willing to grant willing to grant human rights to another species that has human intelligence and wisdom, then that means what's important is human intelligence and wisdom and not being part of the species. So
in that case, in the case of the cow, because it's impossible to be a part of the human species, yes,
okay,
that would be important for that cow. But in the case of a human versus any animal, no.
Okay, so for any other species, they require human intelligence and wisdom.
Like, we couldn't live with bears. You understand that, right? Like, we couldn't have a bear as a neighbor and come out and say, "Hi, bear." Like, they would just eat us.
Well, you could. I've seen people who have bear neighbors or bear pets, but...
Yeah, but that's raising them from a cub, stolen from their mother. Yeah, that's like torture, right? They're stealing these cubs from their mothers. Like,
I wouldn't say that's torture.
Why not?
Well...
how do you know better how an animal should live?
Well, I'm more intelligent than they are, and I would argue that, yeah, you could probably give a bear a better quality life.
Right, so how do you know we're not giving the cows a better quality life than they would have? How do you know that?
Nature?
We're intelligent, we're human beings.
Well, you
in the wild, what would happen to the cows and the bears living next to each other?
Yeah, you likely could give a cow a better life in nature, but than in nature.
What if we let the cows out with like wolves, bears, coyotes?
Yeah, so I'm not saying we should release all all domesticated animals from captivity, because yeah, that would be dooming them to death basically. But again, if you're claiming in order for another species to be granted human rights, they have to have human wisdom and intelligence. But in order for a human to be granted human rights, all they need is to be human. That's what you're claiming.
That's why we made human rights, right? Like, human rights is something we made up.
Sure.
Humans made this up. This isn't something just given to us, right?
Sure. And just to be clear, you're defining human...
And like, when you go to jail, you don't have rights anymore, right? So like, rights is just something you're borrowing right now.
Sure.
If you go to the store and you don't have the right to take those chocolate bars from the store, because then someone with a gun comes and says, "Hey, go to jail."
Sure. And to be clear, you're defining human as being part of the species or the genus Homo or Homo sapien?
What would you... humans, yes. Human beings.
So,
like, what would you decide we do to, like, when animals kill each other, right? Because, like, it seems like you have a problem with humans.
I'm in favor of killing carnivorous animals.
You're in favor of killing carnivorous
Yeah, to prevent them from killing other animals, yes.
So just wipe out all the wolves, jaguars, lions, tigers, bears, just wipe them off this
Unless you can put them in captivity and feed them a vegan diet, then yes.
Well, most of them, they would die like that. So how about deers, though? Deers do eat, like, you've seen videos of, like, deers eating, like, chickens off the ground and shit. Would you wipe out the deers, or just, like, the ones that eat?
I've seen cows and deer eat mice before. Now, that's...
Free-range chickens are going to eat worms as well. Should we wipe out all the chickens?
Well, I don't think worms are sentient, but...
Oh, you don't care about bugs?
Well, I only care about sentient life.
Wait, how do you know that the worm isn't sentient?
Well, they don't have a brain or nervous system, so unless I'm wrong, they don't have a brain or nervous system, so they're not sentient.
Okay.
But again, to get back to the like, you know, trait topic. Now, if the value is humans need to just be part of the human species to be given human rights, other species need human wisdom and intelligence to be given human rights. So let's say if tomorrow we discovered black people aren't part of the human species, they're not Homo sapiens, or it could be any, you know, human race or that we thought was human, wasn't part of the human species. If we found mentally disabled black people, you'd be fine with killing them since they lack those two requirements, that they're not part of the human species and they're mentally disabled.
No, because like, so this would be like a new thing again. You're presenting a new information. We would have just found out this. So like, again, this was they were a human being and something happened, I guess, overnight. But like, yeah, it wouldn't matter. I wouldn't be okay with it.
Then that would be a contradiction because again, if the two, then like, is there some other value that you have?
They were human being once.
Okay, well, I mean, at one point we weren't human beings. Like if you track our evolutionary progression, we went for like, yeah, we're Homo sapiens now, but at one point, you know, there was like Neanderthals, Homo habilis, and then if you go back, so like, I mean, at one point in our evolutionary history, do you think it would have been okay to wipe out our ancestors and turn them into hamburgers?
No.
Okay, so like
our ancestors are us still, human beings.
Well, they weren't. If you go far enough back in our evolutionary history, we weren't human.
We wouldn't have been there then, right? So there wasn't any us to wipe them out.
Right. So you would have been fine with, say, some other more intelligent species rounding up our ancient ancestors and killing and eating us, and then, you know, having monkey burgers, basically.
Like more like intelligent species. Yeah, we would have been the evolution of them instead, right? We were the ones that were doing that.
No, they would have been the ones who maybe have these sorts of conversations.
Right, exactly. Right. So like that's what I'm saying. Like we were the ones that did all that. So yes, of course I'm cool with that. We had to do that to get to where we are today, right?
Yeah, presumably we might have had to have killed in order to survive, but I don't think that necessarily means it's a good thing.
Lots.
Yeah,
like the only thing that's even allowing you to be in this computer talking to each other is that like we don't have we have human rights. We don't have a bunch of people running around with guns and swords and killing each other.
Right. Well, I mean,
it's human rights that stop that. Like that's what I mean. Like you just proposed for a world that we would have to wipe out. You're okay with just genociding every animal that eats meat?
Yes, because that would prevent more rights violations. Like, let me ask you this: are you, if there was, say, vampires that existed, would you want to wipe out vampires if they would kill human beings?
If they would kill human beings, yes, we would have to do that, right?
So, like, I don't know why that's unreasonable. If we're willing to kill vampires or ghouls from Tokyo, or something, or xenomorphs, like if we're willing to kill carnivorous animals that are killing human beings, I don't know why it's unreasonable.
When you take out like predators out of certain areas and you let the prey keep going, like you know how many you would have to fucking kick through rabbits on your way to your car. You'd be fucking squishing rabbits all day on the way to work.
Well, so there are animals that are herbivorous.
All the cats, you're just willing to wipe out all the cats, the dogs,
well, they're domesticated. They're a domesticated species, and you can feed them a vegan diet. I have a cat. No. He has a vegan diet.
Let's see your cat.
Okay.
I'll
grab my cat.
Smoky eyes, I'm gonna be surprised.
I'll grab my cat. Just give me a second.
I want to see this cat. Every time I look up vegan cats on the internet, they look sick as hell, bro.
Okay, I can't grab them, but if you check out my Instagram, vegangains.real, you can. I have a bunch of photos and videos of him. Okay. I think he's 3 years old now, and he's been on a vegan diet since he was about 6 to 8 weeks old when I adopted him.
Okay, so you don't think this is kind of like like torture, or like why do you get to decide what this cat gets to eat?
Well, regardless of what I feed him, he's not making the choice on what to eat. So whether I'm
like,
feeding
I mean, like, why do you get to choose like the type of diet this cat would have when you know, like, normally they eat meat?
Yeah, so normally they would eat meat, but if I care,
if you let that cat outside today, it's going to eat him out.
Well, likely. He tends to really like plant foods, though. He really likes hummus. But yeah, so the reason I feed my cat a vegan diet isn't for health reasons, although according to the most recent research, it seems that vegan cats actually are more healthful than cats fed a traditional diet. It's for ethical reasons. If I'm going to take care of an animal like a cat, it doesn't make sense for me to kill other animals to feed to my cat. So that would be hypocritical. So why would I value the cat but not the other animals the cat's eating?
I got you. Okay, I get what you're saying. Okay, yeah, because like I would say, if that's why I asked about like if your cat actually eats that, because like if you fed your cat tuna, you kind of like.
I would show my cat on camera, but he's in this Heidi box that I made, and I can't like pick him up. But if anybody wants to see what my cat looks like, his name's Prismo. Not trying to promote my Instagram, but if you go to vegangains.real on Instagram, you can see my cat. He's healthy. He's a very big, strong, healthy kitty.
So, what about all the outside, like outdoor cats? You think
they need to be inside? They need to be inside. They do kill other animals. Cats are actually a big cause of ecological issues. They're extremely efficient hunters. So a lot of bird species end up becoming endangered where there's a lot of domesticated cats that are let outside. So yeah, you absolutely need to keep your cats indoors.
So, okay, so say then I'm walking to work and a deer comes and just knocks me out. Well, how do we punish this deer? Do we put him in jail for a few days, hope he learns his lesson?
No, I don't think there's any need or any benefit to doing that.
So you only want them to have the good parts of the human rights? You don't want them to, like, how do you put laws on animals?
So there are children who have brought guns to school that are too young to prosecute. There was recently a kid who I believe was 5 or 6 years old, brought a gun to school, shot his teacher, and they couldn't prosecute him. They couldn't even bring him to juvenile hall. So same thing with animals. They don't have the mental capacity to be prosecuted. So the thing to do, say if there was, I don't know, a deer that was attacking people, relocate it to some more remote area where it can't, attack people, something like that, or just avoid the deer. Any of these questions could be answered like, what would we do in a, comparable human scenario, where if a human had the same intellect as the animal.
Like, the animal thing, so like you're just saying like basically, anytime I want to kill somebody, I just make sure I trap them in a garage with a deer with some big antlers that's pissed. Let the deer stomp them out and then be like, well, we can't get deer in trouble, so...
Well, you'd be the one responsible because you created the situation where the person died.
Okay, so again, I don't see a world like you understand. You'd also fuck up the ecosystem like crazy like this too, right?
Not necessarily. So there are ecosystems that have done just fine when predators were removed. Yellowstone National Park is an example of that. Sorry?
Wait, what'd you say? Which one?
Yellowstone National Park. Wolves left Yellowstone National Park and the ecosystem.
They had to put wolves back in.
No. So the original authors of the paper disavowed the original paper, and they found that I know what article you're talking about. They actually found that
they bring wolves from Canada.
Yeah, they did. They did. And the original paper said that it changed the flora and fauna. It allowed some of the forest to regrow back, and it changed the deer's behavioral patterns. It turned out none of that was true. The changes to flora and fauna were actually due to environmental changes, so like climate change. The only thing that actually impacted deer and elk populations was illegal poaching. Wolves didn't actually kill enough deer and elk at a fast enough rate to actually impact their populations. And it didn't actually change.
Yo, este güey, el de aquí, el vato a la izquierda, tiene lo mismo en la mano que yo tengo aquí en el este, es el símbolo del padrino.
Their behavior. Deer and elk would act the same exact way they did before, with or without the wolves there. It's just that if wolves attacked, they'd leave and then come back after the wolves just fucked off.
Okay, I'm gonna have to go look on that because like I never saw this version. I've seen how
what
they talked about how everything started getting fixed because
the original article got a lot more press and attention than the rebuttal to the paper, basically, or the disavowal of the paper. But if you look up Yellowstone National Park authors disavow paper, you'll find the articles that you're looking for where they go over the actual evidence.
Okay. Okay, so let me ask you a question quick here too. What is your basis to like, is your thing that like because some humans are the same intelligence levels as some animals, that's why you think we should give them the same rights as humans? Like, what is it exactly that is it? Because you said sentience earlier and you said a brain and a nervous system. So is that your line? Like brain and a nervous system, they should be able to live.
So if a creature has what I would consider a substantive level of sentience, so I would say if they're able to experience well-being, I would say they have a right to live.
So then you kind of contradict yourself when you're saying we would wipe out all the animals that kill other animals.
No, that's not a contradiction because it prevents rights violations. So if you have a carnivorous animal, that means it's going to kill and eat other animals. So to protect the greatest number of sentient beings, it would make sense to kill that carnivorous animal. Sort of like how we kill serial killers if we can't catch them. If there's a serial killer on the loose, you know, we'll shoot them on sight if they can't be caught. So similar sort of idea.
Okay, so
it's kind of like if Batman killed the Joker, right? So if Batman killed the Joker, that would prevent more people from dying than if he just killed the Joker, because Joker's going to kill a lot of people. But if Batman lets the Joker live, more people are going to die.
And then if people still ate animals, your thing would be to kill them too, or?
Yes, that would apply to human beings. In an ideal world, if there were people who would not go vegan and would still kill and eat animals, then if you can't arrest them and put them in prison, then yeah, I'd be in favor of killing them, if that's the only way to stop them from killing animals.
Okay, so this is kind of like you're like just like arbitrarily playing God with the world, right? Like you're just kind of picking.
What's arbitrary about it?
You're deciding what is the right to human rights. Like you're deciding what gives something the right to human rights, even though we all decided as humans in general, right? Like you're one person. But in the general population, we've decided as humans are the ones that get humans' rights. Human rights are reserved for all human beings.
That hasn't always been the case. There have been groups of humans that have denied. There have been groups of humans that have denied black rights. There have been groups of humans that have denied Jewish rights, women's rights. So I don't know what you mean by arbitrary.
Those weren't bad. Those weren't good things, right? Like those weren't exactly.
Yeah, we can both agree those weren't good things, but I don't see that as being any more arbitrary than my values. I mean, we're all going to argue for our own values. So if I value black people, white people, Jews, cows, pigs, then I value those creatures and I'm going to include them in my value system. I don't know how that's any more or less arbitrary than somebody valuing humans and not those animals.
Yeah, like I think because you're kind of just deciding what means you get human rights, even though we've already decided as like a.
Yeah, so the reason I use a term like human rights is because we already have a robust system of we already have a robust system of human rights that I, for the most part, agree with. So I would, base my value system from there and see what other beings I would be interested in including in that, sort of value system.
Okay. So, like, for me, I think the value system of having people who don't eat anything that lives, and then people who just eat there's people who will just eat fish and stuff like this, right? Like, so, like, in my value system, I'm okay with all of them living together. So I think my value system includes more people, no?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Well, yeah, because you would wipe me out in your value system.
Well, if you refuse,
I would wipe you out in mine.
So if you refused to go vegan, or let's say you refused to stop killing animals, then yeah. In my value system, you would either be imprisoned, and if imprisonment wasn't possible, then yeah, you'd be killed. But there are far more beings that are actually part of my value system. I think the figure is something like 40 billion land animals are killed per year. There's only about, 8 billion of us right now. So there are far more sentient beings that are part of my value system, and I include humans in that value system. The only humans that wouldn't be part of that value system are humans that would violate the rights of other humans or animals. So I would be in favor of killing humans that kill other humans if imprisonment wasn't possible. I'd be in favor of killing humans who kill animals if imprisonment wasn't possible.
Okay. And again, it's only if there's a brain and a nervous system.
Well, you don't necessarily have to have a brain and nervous system to be sentient, so it's possible that we could develop like super intelligent artificial intelligence that becomes sentient. But a brain and nervous system is a very good indicator of a being being sentient. So, a lot of creatures can't speak. They can't tell you, hello, yes, I'm alive, and I think and feel. So, we have to make guesses as to what animals are and aren't sentient. And a very good indicator of sentience is a brain and nervous system.
Okay, so like a bug that has a brain, you think we shouldn't kill those?
Yeah, so I'd use the precautionary principle. So a bee has a very simple brain and nervous system, but they do appear to have a brain and nervous system. So I would say, yeah, so a bee, I wouldn't want to kill a bee.
Okay, so what about spiders?
Spiders, I would be fine with killing since they're carnivorous.
Because of them being carnivorous.
Yeah.
Okay, but what about the worms then? Because worms do have brains.
Do they?
Yeah.
Okay, well, if they do have a brain, then I guess I'd use the precautionary principle, not kill worms. At least not parasitic worms, so earthworms would be fine.
So you wouldn't, like, so you would want to keep them alive, you're saying?
Yeah, like an earthworm. If it's a parasitic worm, like a roundworm or a tapeworm, then, you know, those could be killed.
So we're killing the chickens now again. Because chickens will eat the earthworms when they find them, right? If we're just have chickens running around, free-range chickens, they eat earthworms, grubs.
Yeah, they'll eat anything. So they're domesticated animals. So in an ideal setting,
you think people are going to keep pet chickens?
Yeah,
they're only domesticated for their meat.
You could keep these animals.
Okay.
La cara que hace este güey, estuvo chistoso, güey. La cara que hace.
But so again, you could keep these animals.
Okay, let's be realistic. Most people do not keep chickens as pets. Let's not do that. Okay, so in most cases, the chickens are dead. We're killing off all these chickens.
Yeah, so if they're violating the rights of other conscious creatures, then yeah, I'd be in favor of killing them. You could maybe make an argument that because they're killing insects, the sentience gap is so large, you may just favor the chickens. But yeah, again,
so why
same
doesn't
idea.
the child? Why don't you have? Because I find a contradiction here. Because you're saying we wouldn't punish the deer that fucking toe punched the kid in the face because it's like punishing a child. But we're gonna punish all these children that are gonna do bad things, because even though you wouldn't punish the kid that goes to the school, shoots the teacher, but you would punish the animal that's like a kid to you and would go to the class and eat all the children, which is the other animals. So you're kind of you're contradicting your own self now, right? Like on one hand, I don't want to punish them because they're like children, but on the other hand, is saying I want to genocide them.
Yeah, so when it comes to carnivorous animals, there is an absolute guarantee that they're going to commit a rights violation. So if they're wild and they're not in captivity.
Wild deer, get close to a wild deer, and you probably have like an 80% chance it's gonna kick you in the face.
I've been around quite a few wild deer, and I've never been likely to get attacked by a wild deer than a bear. But maybe that's because they're hunting and they deserved it. But yeah, so it is entirely possible that you could have herbivorous animals that aren't predatory that could commit a rights violation. That is possible. Now, there could be, I don't know, some rogue problematic deer that, you know, just want death upon human beings, something like that. If you could guarantee with a pretty high degree of certainty that there are certain deer that are going to kill people or kill other animals, then I would be fine with killing those sorts of deer. But like again,
what about the kid that says that, okay, we found this kid, he had a note that said I'm gonna kill everybody at school. We get him now, like, hey, no, can't do that. But he says the minute you guys let me go back to school, everyone's dead. So he's guaranteeing us that he's. So you think we should kill that kid now? Or?
Well, in that scenario, you can change the environment or change the factors that would lead to killing. So you could just have them be in captivity or prevent them from ever owning weapons.
You could do that with all the wolves and everything too, right?
No, I don't think that would be logistically possible to bring every wolf into captivity, but in cases where you could, then sure. Have them be in captivity.
What about every kid? Tomorrow you wake up, every kid tells you, we guarantee we're going to kill people.
If every child?
Yeah, every kid.
Well, I guess we're going to have to make the human version of veal.
What?
We're gonna have to make the human version of veal. The human version of veal.
Ah, shit. That's great. So, okay. Okay, yeah, I still see a contradiction with the thing, like, you're not going to punish the deers or whatever else hurts people if they commit a violation, but you're going to punish all
I just don't see how you can. So yeah, like deer do attack people occasionally, but there's like a relatively high likelihood that they're not going to do it again, or they can be moved to an area where they can't do it. If there was like some sort of extremely aggressive species of deer that do like often kill rodents or other species, and again, you could, you know, with a very high degree of certainty say, okay, like 99% of these creatures are gonna like kill some animal during their lifetime intentionally, then yeah, I'd be fine with killing them. But yeah, in the case where, you know, an angry deer during mating season sees somebody, tramples them, maybe crushes a ball or two, the likelihood of them doing it again and it really being a problem, oh crap, sorry, is pretty low. So, yeah, I don't see the reason to punish them.
What would you, how would you account for overpopulation of the animals?
Yeah, so I've looked into this quite a bit.
They would definitely outnumber us very quickly.
Yeah, so I've looked into this quite a bit. It seems like the main reason why you see overpopulation of deer is because they have a very large unbroken territorial range. So in the early 20th century or late 19th century, there's actually a very low population of white-tailed deer. They were going extinct. So the government, what the government did was they reforested a lot of farmland, they regulated hunting, and they gave them this very large territorial range that's unbroken. That's the big thing. And that makes them breed like crazy. So if you were to just give them smaller pockets of territorial range that's broken up by, say, like human cities or farmland, stuff like that, you likely wouldn't see these population explosions. And there's also been research.
You don't think if the deer knew that they're not going to be killed anymore, that eventually they start coming into the cities more and eating people's garbage, and then we're actually hurting them now because they're starting to like develop habits they didn't have before?
It's possible, but like if that became a big problem, you could shoot them with like rubber bullets or something. Just tell them to fuck off.
Just torture animals.
No, I wouldn't consider that torture if it's ultimately for their benefit.
So would you be okay with like? So you okay? What about the guy who like scrunches through your recycling to find cans? Should we be okay to shoot him with rubber bullets too?
I don't see what harm like a homeless guy who's looking through my trash is doing.
Well, the deer that eats the trash, maybe it's only gonna harm the deer.
Well, right, but you'd have an interest in not harming the deer. So if you have an interest to do things that are in the deer's interest, you would say shoot them with a rubber bullet or do something to make them fuck off and not come into the city.
Okay, so you would like kind of like deter the deer from coming to the city.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a variety of ways that you could, you know,
we'd have to like
deter.
pay some resources towards this for sure, because like again, there would be like not only deer, there would be like all types of animals, right?
Well, there are all types of animals, like raccoons. They break into trash all the time. And again, there's ways of, you know, preventing.
Yeah, but it would be overpopulated because we're not allowed to kill these animals.
No, again, if you break up their territorial range, that would likely prevent overpopulation.
How do you do
There's
that?
also, well, again, you just get rid of these forested areas and just have farmland or have just, like, you know, develop apartments or something like that.
Trees give us oxygen. We need trees.
We have lots of trees already, and I don't think we're at risk of, you know, starving ourselves of oxygen if we just, in a tactical manner, get rid of some forested area to prevent deer from overpopulating. And on top of that, there are chemical castration darts, so it prevents deer from mating. And those seem to be more effective at preventing overpopulation than just hunting.
So now we're gonna fuck with their fertility as well?
Yeah. Again, if it's in their
you just want to play God with the animals, basically, right?
Would you rather brutally murder deer, like Bambi's mother, or would you rather shoot Bambi's mother with a dart that just makes it so she can't have kids?
No. You say brutally murder. Like when you shoot the deer, it's not brutal murder.
Oh, it is. I've shot guns before. I was just, it's brutal. Have you ever seen a person get shot with a shotgun?
Yeah, that's different, right? That's way different.
That's a brutal murder.
No, when you shoot a deer with the rifle, you're usually training yourself ahead of time. You're aiming for the right spot so that it's a one shot. Or usually the deer runs off, lays down.
I've seen people get shot in the head with rifles, and that does not look pretty. I wouldn't wish that upon anybody.
A person getting a headshot with a rifle? You're saying a person?
Yeah. I've seen people get shot in the head with shotguns. Rifles. I've seen executions. It's brutal. It's not pretty.
Oh, okay. If you're saying brutal as in how it looks, okay, maybe it doesn't look pretty, but animals are like their life doesn't look pretty, you know, like they.
Well, let me ask you this: would you rather get shot in the head with a shotgun, die instantly, or just have a vasectomy where you can't have kids anymore?
Well, again, this is me as a human being. Of course, that choice, I'm gonna choose life.
Right, but, and I would assume a deer would prefer that as well.
I'm sure it would prefer this if it had the capacity to even think like that, but it doesn't.
Right, but like we can make these decisions for mentally disabled people. I'm sure like a mentally disabled person would prefer to be at a healthy body weight and not suffer heart disease, even though they might not be smart enough and they might want to eat McDonald's all the time. And you have to kind of make that decision for them. So again, if we have an interest in generally being humane, benevolent, I would rather control deer population if we needed to by reducing their territorial range and maybe chemically castrating them versus blowing them away with high-powered rifles and shotguns.
Yeah, but again, that's not like you're equating it to how human beings do these things, right?
Okay, ya por fin terminó de portarse esto. Vamos a ver cómo se ve.
Low-key, I'm a
Like it's just not the same.
Yeah, but I'm sure deer would prefer that, and it would be in their best interest.
It'd be in their best interest. Why though? What if like usually too when you hunt,
I think deer want to live.
Yeah, but you're usually what?
Like I would assume deer want to live, and they don't want to get shot with shotguns.
Why do you assume that? Why do you assume that?
Well, let's see. They run away when you go near them, generally. They seem to run away from predators. If you shoot something loud at them, if you miss, they run away and they seem fearful of their lives. So they do things that seem in the interest of self-preservation.
Or is that just their biological nature to do so?
Well, if you were to shoot a gun at people, I don't think they're really consciously thinking about anything, and it is in their biological nature to run away from, like, you know, firearms being shot at them. So I don't think anybody's consciously, you know, contemplating life and having existential thoughts when they're getting shot at.
But we also still, like, we still have the, a lot of people have the capacity to choose from the fight or flight, where with something like a deer that's a prey, when it comes to predators, they just flight. There's no fight.
Well, that's an interesting thing. That's an interesting thing you bring up. Like, how do you even determine what is and isn't choice? Because, again, if you've ever seen mass shooting footage, people will just all run away. Nobody just stands still and get shot. So are they choosing to run away, or is that just kind of like a natural flight response to an insurmountable threat?
That's a lot of the time, it's either, there's two things that's going on. The people that see what's happening, they run because they see what's happening with the guns. The people around them, though, this is like a social conformity. This is just like, they've done lots of social experiments like this. You can like start running out of nowhere around people, and they'll all start running with you because they don't know what's coming, but they realize you are running from something.
Yeah.
They understand that.
So,
but a deer isn't going to be like, yo, when I start running from something, the deer's going to run away from me. It's not going to run with me.
I mean, I've seen...
So like, I could be standing with a deer, and then I start running this way because a wolf's coming over here. The deer will probably run that way or this way. It won't run with me away from the wolf. It doesn't care where I run. It just started running.
I've seen dogs run with their owners. I've seen cats have that sort of social behavior where something will spook them and they'll all run in the same direction. I mean, I don't understand why any of this is meaningful. Like, the point is, I think we know with a high degree of certainty deer would prefer to get chemically castrated than to get shot with a high-powered rifle or shotgun.
So, okay. The thing is with us, right? When we hear gunshots, we know it's gunshots. If I go beside someone, they're not going to start running. That deer, though, that deer is going to start running.
If there's a sufficiently loud noise, people will actually jump and run. You may not necessarily know what the noise is.
Most people, but okay, sufficiently loud. But I'm saying, if I do this, the deer's gonna run. If I do this in front of someone, they're gonna be like, "Are you retarded? What's wrong with you?"
The deer might run if that's what's required to spook it. But again, like, I've stood next to deer, and my friend, it was at a golf course. A friend of mine went up to the deer, walked right up to him, petted him, and gave him some of the cashews he had in his pocket.
Is this an area that the deer is used to humans doing this with it? Because this
it might be. It was near a golf course.
Yeah, so that could be the reasoning for that, right? The deer's been trained in a way, right? But like, it's because it's been trained. But if we're talking about wild deer, which all these wild deer would be, unless you're saying now we're also training all these wild animals.
We're socially trained. We're socially trained from the moment we're born. We've been socialized to have certain behaviors. I've seen some kids who were refugees from Afghanistan, and whenever there was something big happening, rather than like going to see what was happening, like construction noises, he would hide. So, like, they're social. Like, humans are socially trained to do certain things. I don't see how that's massively different than the behavior you're seeing from deer.
Well, it's definitely different because like they don't have the capacity to know better.
Okay, but they, like, again, we can still determine that it would be in their best interest.
Like they never reach a stage like a deer where it's got the mind of what, a 3-year-old, like.
Right, and that's fine. I think we can say if the deer could understand these things, it would prefer to be chemically castrated than shot.
Right, so, but I'm sure all those other animals that you're willing to kill would also prefer to live and be able to eat other animals too. So like,
and those animals that they're killing would prefer to be able to live.
But you don't care what the animals prefer.
Well, I do
care what the vegetarian animals prefer.
Well,
so like, yeah. Also the ocean. Imagine how many things in the ocean you have to go kill now, dude. We just gonna wipe out the
oceanic ecosystems. Yeah, so oceanic ecosystems are kind of complex. So almost every animal in the ocean is carnivorous. So you'd have to be careful. You'd have to be careful with which carnivorous animals you're killing because. Fish on the higher end of the food chain, they might eat fish on the lower end of the food chain, but killing that fish.
Este video quedó perfecto. ¿Qué le ponemos de portado? A ver si podemos encontrarle una portadita. ¿Esta mera o qué? sum up thumbnail. Ok, listo. Ahora vamos a ver ahora sí cómo se ve en la mejor calidad posible. Si se subió en 4K. Oh, no, en 1080p. Nice. Vamos a publicarlo, ¿no? Una vez. De que a las 9 p.m. estreno. Ah, tengo hipo. Como que ya tiene 2 likes este video, es imposible. Yeah. Ok, listo.
Fish on the higher end of the food chain might actually cause more rights violations because it allows more fish to kill and eat more fish.
Wait, but in your thing, we would have to kill all of them. They're all carnivorous.
Yeah, so if it would reduce rights violations, then I would be in favor of it.
Yeah, so like that's what I mean. Like the ecosystem of the world would just perish if we did this.
Maybe. Like, I'm not entirely in favor of killing every carnivorous animal without doing any kind of research or having any kind of preparation for ecological engineering. So, if I were to...
A ver, dejen subo la publicación de este video, sale en 30 minutos.
Become unquestioned world leader, I wouldn't just mandate the entire oceans to be wiped out, because, yeah, that could end up killing us in some way. But, like, again, if we did have the power for ecological engineering and we could wipe out these species that exist by killing each other, I'd be in favor of it.
So, but you'd have to know the outcomes of all of this.
Yeah. So, and I wouldn't do anything until I know the outcomes.
Right. So, like, again, this would take thousands of years to even accomplish.
Possibly, right? Sure, but I don't know why we shouldn't have, say, an interest in being benevolent.
Yeah, but you would be willing to risk literally the population of the world just so we don't eat some animals.
No. Again, if there was adequate research done and we had the technology for ecological engineering, there wouldn't be a risk. And right now, if you're talking about things like...
There's a lot of ifs there, right?
Well, speaking of, if you're worried about the, safety of human populations, meat eating is causing a reduction in food security. So if you read, I believe it's either the 2018 or 2019 UN's climate report, if you go to chapter 5, page 76, they talk about how if we stopped animal agriculture today, we would be able to feed the population that's expected to exist by 2050, which I think is around 15 billion, while using less agricultural land than we use today. So all the corn and soybeans that we're growing right now, the majority of them are going to feed livestock, so like cows. So it's actually causing a food scarcity issue. So if you have an interest in, humanity and humanity's survival and food security, we have to move to a plant-based food system to ensure food security.
But wait, no, because what would you do again? What would you do with all the cows? You would release them eventually, no?
Well, the idea there is we'd gradually move away from, using animals and then move to a plant-based food system. Ideally, we would have some sort of way to liberate all the animals today and have some way to feed them and just castrate them so that they can't reproduce, let them live their natural life. But again, we need to move to a plant-based food system eventually if we want to ensure food security for the planet.
Well, this is just a guess, though. That's not.
That's not a guess. That is mathematically proven. There is not enough farmland on Earth to sustain a population that's expected to exist by 2050 if we keep the food system exactly the same. You're going to have big issues with food security.
So you think right now, with the way our system is, we couldn't sustain the population?
Yeah, if we essentially doubled our population, if we kept the exact same food system, so the same proportion of calories coming from meat being produced, we wouldn't be able to feed everybody.
What makes you even think this, though?
Yeah, so you can read the paper by Cornell University on meat and how it impacts food security. You can read the UN's, it's either the 2018 or 2019 climate report, Chapter 5, page 76. They go into the data on how moving to a plant-based food system would actually increase the amount of food we have. Because again, the animals you eat need to eat. And the majority of their food is coming from food that you would be able to eat. So like corn and soybeans. So if you were to stop feeding animals the food that you could eat, we could massively increase the food supply.
But you're already, that's suggesting we have like a shortage of a food supply.
Well, right now we don't. We are.
I can go to the grocery stores and they throw something that expired yesterday into the dump. Like,
yeah. So right now, food security. So right now, food security isn't the biggest concern. Food cost is more of a concern. You could bring down food costs by moving to a plant-based food system because it's just far more efficient. But in the future, when the population doubles, actually having access to food is going to be a huge problem, and we're going to need to move to a plant-based food system.
So wait, you're saying like when we have no choice of the hamburger anymore and the only choice is the lettuce, right? Right
well,
now we're choosing
soybeans or soy burger.
Or whatever, soybeans, corn. You're saying that will cause the corn to be less money.
Yes.
So you think like
so this is just economy. This is
basically more and put the prices down.
So this is basically economy of scale and efficiency. So let's say you were to grow, I don't know, a square mile of soybeans. That square mile of soybeans would only be able to feed maybe a few cattle. So, but that square mile of soybeans might be able to feed many human beings, like say hundreds. So you have better economies of scale and you have a more efficient food system.
Yeah, but like again, we would only be eating this. There wouldn't even be the availability for meat anymore, and you think that would cause the price to go down?
Yes, the price of food in general.
que eso ya quedó. Me lo voy a mandar al phone.
General.
Where does that ever happen with anything else?
Sorry?
Where else does that happen when like there's a demand for something and the price goes down? Like I've never.
It's because of it's because of economy of scale and efficiency. So if you let's say about, I think the actual figures are worldwide about 15% or 20% of soybeans actually go to human consumption. If 100% of those soybeans go to human consumption now and not animal consumption, that means you just have a greater supply and greater economy of scale. So that will bring prices down.
What about like all the nutrients and protein you get from meat?
So you can get all the nutrition you need from plant foods. I've been vegan for 13 years and I'm not dead yet. I'm also a big ass bodybuilder. I can bench 380 pounds.
But it's not the same quality, right?
No, it's the same quality. You could argue in some ways it's better because it doesn't cause cancer and heart disease. The protein in plants, so soybeans, if we're going to use that as an example, the bioavailability is nearly identical. The breakdown of branched chain amino acids is also quite similar. Red meat does have a greater amount of leucine, but it's not a substantive difference. And you actually get less fat from soybeans. A lot of cuts of meat have very large amounts of saturated fat.
But you need to eat more.
And it kind of depends on food choices, right? So if you eat more fatty foods like nuts and seeds, and maybe some oils, you can cut down your volume of food a bit. And if you eat some more processed foods that are more calorically dense, you can cut your food volume down a bit more. But like I've been bodybuilding for quite a few years. I can bench 380 pounds. That's my best bench. And again, if you look at my Instagram, you can see some pretty impressive lifts.
We sure you're not cheating and eating meat?
Nope.
I'm not gonna
I have not eaten any meat in 13 years.
No meat in 13 years. I go wild, my guy. Crazy. I crave it.
No, I went vegan before it was cool, before like Beyond Meat and everything existed, and even back then it was pretty easy, but now there's so many choices. Like even if you go to a gas station, you can see like vegan options, so it's pretty easy now.
Okay, so wouldn't this though, like if for this demand of like if we were to demand veganism for people, wouldn't this be taking away from my already human rights though?
No, I don't see, like, do you think you should have a right to kill innocent animals? I don't think that should be a right you have.
Yes, I should. I think I should have a right to hunt for my own food. Yeah.
Okay, well, I would disagree, and I would say that if the only way to be logically consistent there is if you'd be okay with killing mentally disabled human beings.
No, because again, the human being trumps anything. Just the fact, for me,
right.
Being it trumps everything.
Right, but if black people weren't actually human beings, they weren't part of the genus Homo.
They are, though.
But if they weren't, and there were mentally disabled black people, in order to be logically consistent, you would have to be okay with killing them.
Yeah, no, but you're like the way you're saying like black people, you're already like you're suggesting that they're human beings already, though, right? Like you're already suggesting.
No, people call dogs or their pets people. People or personhood can be granted. So, like, I call my cat a person. I call my dogs person.
Yeah, but they're not people, right? They're not human beings. So, like,
well, again, human and personhood are a different thing. If we were to meet a, like, alien species, like Vulcans from Star Trek, we would call them people. So personhood isn't attached to the genus Homo. It's just something that's granted.
Right, but for me, it's human being, right? Like, and like when you say, okay, if black people weren't, like, you're taking something, like, it's literally like this is something you like nobody can fathom even this thought, right? Like, to just to even answer this question, right? Like saying, if black people were animals, would you be okay with killing them? Like, You're just saying, all you're saying to me is if black people were deers, would you be okay with killing them? I'm already okay with killing
well, we can
you're
use...
using black people to make it like,
well, I think
you're want to answer that question, but what you're saying is if black people were deers, would I be okay with killing them?
No.
Yes, they're deers.
Okay, so I think
killing black people.
I think we're getting kind of...
I know how you wording it, and I see what you're doing.
So I think we're getting kind of confused with the language. So rather than calling them black people, let's just call them black human-like beings. If black human-like beings were not humans. We're not humans, but they're human-like, but they weren't humans. And there were mentally disabled, members of their species. To be logically consistent, you would have to be okay with killing them. And I think you're uncomfortable with saying yes, because I think you kind of recognize that it's a bit fucked up.
No, because you're using humans. You're using human beings.
I didn't use humans.
I said blood related to. You're using people that I'm blood related to like.
Well, I said human-like.
That's why I'm saying, if they were dogs instead, deers instead, cows instead, yes, I don't grant them the same human rights. But they're not.
I said human-like. So let's say if the black people as we know them today, let's say I wasn't human, and let's say I had a mentally disabled child, you, in order to be logically consistent, would have to be okay with killing that mentally disabled child.
No.
Well, you would, being part of the human species. So if I wasn't part of the human species and I had a mentally disabled child, you personally would have to be okay with killing that mentally disabled child.
No. Because like it'd be the child of you that is a human, right?
Well, like, sorry, in the hypothetical, I wouldn't be human. So let's just say I wasn't part of the human species.
You have to retain human wisdom and knowledge, right?
Well, I would have human wisdom and knowledge, but my child wouldn't.
Yeah, but still, it's an extension of you. It comes from your DNA.
Right, but it's not human DNA, and the child is mentally disabled. So in order to be logically consistent, you would have to be okay with killing my mentally disabled child, assuming I wasn't human.
Yeah, so like again, this is again, you're saying if you were an animal, right?
Well, humans are animals. We are apes, by definition.
Okay. So if you weren't a human being.
Right. If I wasn't human, like I could be an alien. You don't know. I'm probably human, but I could be an alien. I do have some crazy ideas. Or I could just be part of a different unknown species. Maybe I'm related to Bigfoot. And I had a mentally disabled child. In order to be logically consistent, you would have to be okay with killing my mentally disabled child.
No, I wouldn't have to be though, because again, you have human wisdom, and it's your child. So, like,
right, but my child doesn't have human wisdom.
I don't care.
Okay, well, I see that as a contradiction, because again, if you're going to
see it as a contradiction, but this is only for your hypothetical. But
right, it's only for the hypothetical.
You can't find a contradiction in what we can talk about today with it. But I found already a contradiction with what you would choose to do with what we have today.
Well,
is to kill all that would eat animals, but you wouldn't punish the animal that kills a human being because they're just an animal, poor little animal.
Well, I wouldn't punish a 5 or 6 year old child for bringing a gun to school and shooting a teacher, because I don't think they have the mental capacity for any sort of punishment to be valuable.
So there would be nothing done with this kid at all?
Well, you'd maybe want to like teach him, hey, guns kill people,
yeah,
like that.
They have a hope.
if let's say this was a mentally disabled child and you couldn't talk them into like not bringing a gun to school, so anytime they found a gun they would pick it up and maybe point it at somebody and shoot it because they didn't understand the consequences and stuff. You wouldn't kill the mentally disabled child. You would probably make sure they don't have access to guns. Maybe put them in a special school or a special area where they can't hurt anybody. Same with the deer. So I don't see that as a contradiction, but like I think we did find a contradiction in your values. Even though these hypotheticals don't exist, like there aren't alien species that we know of today. Right. There is a contradiction in your values, and I think you have to either grant animals rights, or you have to be okay with making some uncomfortable decisions, like killing my mentally disabled child, assuming like I'm an alien.
No, because again, you're not the same thing, or your mentally disabled child is not the same thing as a cow and a deer. So I don't have to treat them the same. Just like you don't have to treat the animal that's eating animals the same. You don't have to, right? You would keep the herbivore animals, the carnivorous animals, you would kill them off.
Okay.
Right? So again, for me, because it's an extension of something with human wisdom, I wouldn't be okay with killing it.
Okay, so you make
I'm okay with both. I'm okay with not killing the mentally disabled child of yours, and I'm okay with killing cows and eating them.
Okay, so it sounds like you're saying you have
cow isn't the same thing.
Right, but it sounds like you're saying you can make totally different evaluations based on each individual animal. If that's the case, then I'd ask you, what is the trait difference between, say, my mentally disabled child and I don't know, a deer, where you would treat my mentally disabled child and give it human rights or close to human rights, but you wouldn't give the deer human rights?
Again, it's because the child of yours comes from you, which is a species of the nature, clearly, to talk and have the same wisdom and everything as me. But a cow and a deer is not of that nature. Never will be. So
okay, well, neither is my mentally disabled child. It will always be disabled.
It is,
it will never be human.
It's of the nature, though. It came from you. It's your child.
What do you mean by of the nature? Because, again, it's
the same species as you.
Right, but it's not a human species.
It doesn't matter. It came from you, and I'm determining its life based off what you are, because we obviously don't know what you are.
Okay.
You're something that is new.
So if human beings could birth deer, you wouldn't be in favor of killing deer?
If human beings could birth deer, that'd be fire.
Right.
Yeah.
But it would be. But if human beings could birth deer, you'd be against killing deer?
No.
Then how does this make any sense?
Well, because you're telling me that a human being is birthing another species. So again,
Right.
it's another species. It's a whole
Right,
nother
but I'm
thing.
another species, and I'm birthing another species.
Right, but the species is whatever you are, not a deer.
Right, but I wouldn't be human in the hypothetical.
It doesn't matter. You still got the wisdom and everything of a human being.
Right, but a human being, if they birthed a deer, the deer parent would have human wisdom.
Okay.
Like, have you? Let me just ask you this: have you ever really liked a dog or cat? Like, have you ever pet an animal and just looked into its eyes, noticed how sweet and soft and cuddly they are, that they're full of love and they just want cuddles?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Why? All of these animals that we kill and eat are capable of giving and receiving that sort of affection. I just on a personal level.
The thing is here, you're using these outliers hypotheticals. It's not even only a hypothetical. It's an outlier. And you're using it to ask why I wouldn't determine we don't use outliers to determine. If the 10-year-old had the same mental capacity as you, would you be okay with sleeping with a 10-year-old? Like, this hypothetical that you're doing are ridiculous.
So I can answer that if you want. I don't think hypotheticals are not meaningful. So yeah, if 10-year-old children had the mental capacity of, say, 30-year-olds, I don't see what's wrong with having sex with a 10-year-old. If they had the same mental capacity as a 30-year-old, we would have a completely different standard for what would constitute legal age of consent. Like, there's a reason we give the legal age of consent is generally 16 to 18 in most states. There's a reason we give that to 16 to 18-year-olds, not 10-year-olds.
What if in general it's okay? Let's make it more like yours. Sorry. What if there was just one 10-year-old that had the same mental capacity as a 30-year-old? Do you think you should be able to sleep with that one 10-year-old?
Yeah, so I would use the precautionary principle and say, like, if this was reality, and say, no, you shouldn't, because there's a chance we fucked up. And it doesn't have the capacity. But if it's assumed in the hypothetical, the 10-year-old has the same mental capacity as a 30-year-old. So I don't know, let's say you zapped a 30-year-old person with a de-aging ray and they became 10 years old. Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with that. Like, you know, Goku and Dragon Ball GT.
Okay. But again, so like, because I wanted it to equal with your situation with the one talking cow, right?
Sure.
So like again, so with the one 10-year-old, even though every other 10-year-old is still normal, how 10-year-olds are, you still you would not be okay because it's only one 10-year-old?
No, that's not what I said. So if we are assuming in the hypothetical this 10-year-old had the same intelligence, same like development of their frontal lobe where they can actually rationalize, make decisions.
It's only 10-year-old that can do that.
Yeah, so had the same degree of human wisdom that a 30-year-old would have, so they're culturally aware, socially aware, like they have the required life experience to make, you know, an informed decision on consent. Then yeah, if it was that one 10-year-old, I'd be fine with that. But again, in real life with practicalities, when we have to make decisions on protecting younger people, we can't really on an individual basis make those sorts of decisions in real life.
But wait, because you're saying that I contradicted myself with something you just kind of exactly said. So you would be okay with sleeping with the one 10-year-old, but
well, I wouldn't personally.
No, but you're saying it would be okay, right, for a 30-year-old to sleep with the one 10-year-old?
Well, this isn't a contradiction because, like...
Wait, follow me for a second.
Sure.
Follow me for a second. Because you said that the one 30-year-old, or the one 10-year-old with the 30-year-old brain, you can sleep with that person, right?
So I just want to be very clear, because this is a touchy subject, and I already see people in the chat. I am totally against adults sleeping with children, okay? I'm not pro-pedophilia. I want to say that. And I don't think an adult should ever sleep with a child, okay? I just want to make that very fucking clear.
100%.
Okay? So we're just talking about on a purely hypothetical basis.
Right.
And, you know, in a hypothetical world, what would be right and wrong, okay? I just want to make that clear.
Yeah, got you. So, again... I just want to, like, yes or no, is it okay in this hypothetical for the one 10-year-old that has the brain of a 30-year-old to sleep with a 30-year-old person, but not the other 10-year-olds around them?
So, yes, if the standard is adult wisdom and knowledge, that is what grants, you know, somebody the ability to have informed consent. Then yes, the one marginal case 10-year-old would be okay. But again, I'm not saying it's okay for adults to do this. This is purely on a hypothetical basis, okay?
I get it. Right, and like with the reason I brought that is because now you can't say mine is a contradiction, because I'm saying that with you as whatever species you are and your kid, I'm not okay with killing. But a deer that has the same brain capacity as your kid, I'm still okay with killing the deer. It's not a contradiction. I just showed you.
Well, no, that would be a contradiction. So
then
let's
why
say,
can't the people just sleep with other 10-year-olds too? If the one deer,
because the risk of harm is so high.
Because the risk of harm is so high?
If we were having a debate over the age of consent, and I were to argue that you need at least the wisdom and intelligence of an 18-year-old to give informed consent, and you were to say, okay, what if a 10-year-old had the wisdom and knowledge of an 18-year-old? Would it be okay then? Then yes, logically speaking, it would be okay for that 10-year-old. But in terms of like policy on consent, that doesn't mean you're like in reality, you're going to have this idea that, okay, well, let's have some sort of standard for, you know, determining what 10-year-olds or, you know, what people. It just gets too difficult and too muddy, and the risk of harm gets too high. So we set these standards.
I get that, and that is why human beings have a different rights than animals, because in general, outliers, there's mental disabilities, right?
Yeah.
But in general, we're not mentally deficient. So this is why humans get granted rights that animals don't.
I'm not against granting humans rights. And again, I think if we're talking about
no, but I mean, we have rights different. Like, we're different because in general, we're a lot different than animals.
Sure.
You try to use people with mental disabilities to, like, say, why don't we kill them then if they're okay with killing animals? And I'm saying it's because in human beings, those are outliers. Those are not how, in general, human beings are.
Right, but this is about marginal cases. And in the marginal case example, if your two values are human intelligence and wisdom, or just human wisdom, whatever, we could use those terms interchangeably to make it simple, and being part of the human species, then if we were to find a species that didn't have human intelligence and didn't have human wisdom, you'd be okay with killing them. If we were to find some sort of marginal case where you're not okay with, killing them, then I see that as a contradiction in your values, and you need to find some sort of change to your values. Either you include non-human, non-intelligent species into your value set, or you're going to have to be okay with killing, this one exception.
Then no, because then then I can just turn it around and say then you would have to be okay with 30-year-olds sleeping with all 10-year-olds.
No, that's not analogous.
Yeah, it is, because you're saying that because I'm not okay with killing the one species that has wisdom, the kid of the species that has wisdom, you're saying because I'm not willing to kill that one, I shouldn't be willing to kill animals either. But that doesn't, that's not the same. It's just not. I don't have to change my values. It comes from something that has my values already. It's a part of that species.
Well,
it doesn't matter that it's not.
Look, if the two qualifiers are human wisdom and human species, and a species lacks that qualifier, or a being, say, lacks that qualifier, and you're still willing to give it rights, or certain sets of human rights.
Only because of you, though.
Well, I don't know why it matters, but okay, sure. Either you have to do some sort of change to your value set, like you have to, you're saying there's some other qualifier that you missed, or again, you have to admit that it's a contradiction, or you just have to bite the bullet and say you're okay with killing my mentally retarded kid.
No, I don't though. Like, I don't see why you keep saying that. Again, I'm saying the reason is that it comes from you. Like that's my reason.
Okay. Let's say it didn't come from me. How would that change anything?
So if it was just some random species that was just like any other animal?
Let's say this retarded child of mine wasn't birthed from me, and it just popped into existence. It had the same exact qualities, but it just popped into existence. You'd be okay with killing it?
It's just a random animal that popped into existence?
Yeah, it just popped into existence.
No, I'd want to study it. It'd be a cool species to learn, because I think that's a cool thing that human beings do.
Okay, but let's say you didn't have an interest in doing that.
I do have the interest in doing that.
Okay, let's say you didn't. You'd be okay with killing it?
Let's say you didn't have a care if people ate meat.
Okay, but that doesn't change.
You can't change my question, my answer. I'm saying my answer, and you're saying, but what if you didn't? So I'm asking you.
Well, if I didn't have an interest, then we wouldn't be having this debate.
Right, exactly. So that's what I mean.
Yeah, but that hypothetical completely changes the direction of the debate. I'm just asking if you didn't have a scientific interest, would you be okay?
Of my answer.
Well, I'm just saying if you didn't have some kind of scientific interest, would you be okay with killing this being that just popped into existence?
Well, again, I do have the interest, and if I didn't, some other human beings would, and I would be taking away from other human beings' rights to do that. So,
okay, I think we've exhausted the debate. I think
you're gonna have a burger soon, bro.
No. I think
you're gonna have some burgers and fries.
Okay, look. I think I've shown to everybody that your beliefs do result in some sort of contradiction, and I would recommend to you and your viewers to consider trying out veganism, just, eating a plant-based diet, and think about the animals that you're actually harming. Because I think a lot of people, if you were to meet these cows, chickens, or pigs, you would find that they're conscious creatures. They're not too dissimilar from, say, your pet cat or your pet dogs that you have. And they can give you love and affection, and they can, respond and respect your love and affection that you could give them. So
that lady that had the monkey that ripped off her face thought that too.
Yeah, well, it was a chimpanzee, and it was a male chimp, and that. But I'm not recommending anybody have a pet chimpanzee. I'm just saying the animals you're eating are conscious creatures, and they have feelings just like your pets. So consider not killing animals that are like your pets, and consider trying out a vegan diet, and it has other benefits. There are health benefits. Okay. There are environmental benefits. It's a win-win. You don't kill animals, you don't harm them, and it can benefit you personally.
And my advice from Escape with Speakeasy show is try a burger. They taste really good.
Yeah, Beyond Burger.
A real juicy burger.
Everybody's had those already. Everybody's had those. Try an Impossible Burger. They're over at Burger King. You can go to Burger King and order an Impossible Whopper. And I think there's a few fast food chains like A&W that still have Beyond Burgers, and you can just pick them up from a store. So give it a try. I think I think a lot of people.
You know what? I am gonna try Beyond Burger now, just for you, honestly.
Sure.
I've never tried one, honestly, because I just think. Ugh.
I personally think the Impossible Burgers are better. But the Beyond Burgers are good too. You can try a variety of them. It doesn't hurt to try.
All right, I'll try it out. Before you go, tell everybody where to find you too.
Yeah, so I'm Vegan Gains on YouTube. I do debates like this all the time. And I stream regularly, pretty much every day. And you can also find me on Instagram, vegangains.real on Instagram, and you can see some of my pets, some of my gym lifts, and just some of the life stuff I'm doing.
Word. Right. If anyone over there wants to find me, it's Escape with Speakeasy. I am Speakeasy on everything else. And anytime you want to come by. It was a good talk.
Yeah, it was a good talk.
What was the other one you were talking about? Moral realism, right?
Yeah, moral realism.
I'll prepare for that one next time.
Okay, cool. All right,
Alrighty.
Thanks, man. Take care.
Yeah, thanks for coming, man.
Языковой сказал.
Cool.
Right?
Yeah, moral realism.
I am Speakeasy on everything else. And anytime you want to come by, come by. It was a good talk.
Yeah, it was a good talk.
What was the other one you were talking about? Moral realism, right?
Yeah, moral realism.
I'll prepare for that one next time.
Okay, cool. All right,
Alrighty.
thanks, man.
I just think.
I personally think the Impossible Burgers are better, but the Beyond Burgers are good too. You can try a variety of them. It doesn't hurt to try.
All right, I'll try it out. Before you go, tell everybody where to find you too.
Yeah, so I'm Vegan Gains on YouTube. I do debates like this all the time. And I stream regularly, pretty much every day. And you can also find me on Instagram, vegangains.real on Instagram, and you can see some of my pets, some of my gym lifts, and just some of the life stuff I'm doing.
Love you.
Word.
Creo que acabas de poner eso. Ya me voy a ir a
Word,
dormir, güey.
word. If anyone over there wants to find me, it's Escape with Speakeasy.
Yo
I am
despierto un buen
Speakeasy on
rato.
everything else. And anytime.
Pero ya toca dormir. De hecho, pues yo creo que ya voy a acabar el live. Gracias a Emi que vino. La única persona que vino en... ¿Cuántas horas llevamos en vivo? Aquí son 5 y se me apagó la computadora como a las... Llevamos como 8 horas en vivo. 9 horas. Pero sí, muchísimas gracias. Cualquier persona que esté viendo esto después, si es que lo están viendo después, muchísimas gracias por venir. Los amo a todos. Recuerden mantenerse presentes, respirar hondo, tomar agua, comer sano, cuidar a la gente a su alrededor, cuidar su cuerpo, cuidarse a sí mismos, porque si no, no puedes cuidar a los demás. Y pues sí, los amo a todos, el Chile. Nada de esto sería lo que es sin que sea lo que es, así que eres parte de algo grande. Gracias a todos. Un beso. Buenas noches.